you're in. Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. We are back, boys. Back on the oxygen, not included. Power's online, kind of. And it is time to continue the all achievements run. This is the Aquatic Planet Start. And we are running a setup where we have no electrolyzers. We're running a setup with just the fluke coral. Right now, we have gotten our power plant area fitted out. And I guess we do kind of have to sweep this. I guess it's just the bistolite. It's not a big deal. Oh my god. Harold got beat up by the squids. What? How did this happen? Oh my god. What in the world, dude? Alright, man. He tried. Going to harvest. Going to mob. Storing material, supply, farming, cooking. Dying. No one is trying to save my man. You're really close. Wait, what? Oh my god. Is there something in the game where you can't swim? You just don't know how to swim. Alright, we'll give it to you. Rescue them! So the squids do attack. They're basically a pokeshell that could swim in the water. We're gonna hope Rowan doesn't get wrecked. Get him. Get out of there. Ugh. Rip cutie. One of my dupes is dying right now. We're trying to save him. We made the bad decision. There are multiple eggs inside. You gotta run it back, same build. You'd be like that sometimes, man. Given how jank the game could be, I want to say, yo, man. Sometimes it's not your fault. What? Oh, he's immediately chilling. Take off the suit. All right, we saved them, boys. Wait, he's at 0 HP. Why are you not in the bed? There we go. Now he's healing. Oh, it was user error. Wait, so I'm gonna be real. They not aggro? Oh, maybe we just got really unlucky. happens, man. That's why you gotta, you know, be awake when you're playing the video games. That's tough, dude. Alright, hopefully we're fine now. That was jank. Alright, we could still dig out basically everything else here. We will need some more brine though, but we have time. But yeah, man, the #1 cause of most accidents is lack of sleep. Funny enough, man, that do be a big issue. So, yo, man, make sure you take care of the sleep. Stop fighting it. All right, so we started stream with a weird situation. A dude was in the water next to the egg, and I guess the moment we spawned in the map, all the squids attacked him. Immediately got wrecked. I guess we could try to move the egg out of range. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. Dying early maps is the worst it is. The game's not ready for hardcore yet, man. IMO. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Dude, we started Stream Hunter and someone was in the squids next to the eggs and they immediately got put into the deathbed. Near death experience. We gotta have some fried calamari, dude. It's time. All right, so that's fine. Added some more salt water here. Goddamn. Man, my voice. Really do be like that sometimes. Are we good? We good. So we're going to be rerouting some power today. Moving some stuff from the tidal turbines. We are started to scan space. There's going to be 2 more top right, bottom left that we're going to want to scan still. We could also do a flyby to Arborelos. We probably will. Set up a mini base. We won't do anything there. We'll likely just be setting up a mini base for the achievement. Several colonies. Mini base is just building a pod, activating it, building a platform, and then leaving. That way we could just have that checked off the list. The power plant, I guess we'll turn this back on. We don't have that much natural gas, and we will need to start getting the second thermal fissure online, which is what we're planning to do today. We'll finish doing some space scanning. We might move the fish tank. For the most part, though, we're going to be looking to connect some of the other stuff, like that title plus this title. And then we're going to be looking to get stabilized power. Let's start sniping some achievos. Also, we're going to want to redo this area. And I'm thinking we're going to also do a clam setup today. I feel like it's going to make sense. But we got to do a clam setup. I feel like this is a good area. Or somewhere close by. The thing with the clam setup is that we're going to need to have a separate section for the clams. Don't starving. Frankie, dude. What are you doing? Oh, dude. You gotta stop doing this. You were going to the rocket ship to take a dump? Busy day in the office. Yo, man. You gotta take care of the dupes. If you don't do it, who else will? Alright, so we're probably not gonna need this O2 line anymore. I'm probably gonna want to reroute this just so it lines up. We are gonna bop this pump. We're gonna bop the gas pipe in here. We're also gonna cut this just so that we don't accidentally pump into the storage. And then we're not gonna need this anymore. Alright, leave them alone. We're still moving in salt water. And food storage is good. So deep freeze sterile. This is the pickled meal from inside the rocket ship. So far, so good. We're starting to get plant husk from the dupe that has farming skill that we needed to get in order to do the botanical analyzer. One of my dupes is hurt. And then we're going to be making progress today. So we're going to be able to start planting in the pin pockets. It's going to be warm enough. We're going to get started with that. Don't get punched, dude. They're all protecting, but I feel like it's like something weird's happening with this. Not actually sure, though. Because it feels like they're trying to attack, but not at the same time. Once we move the other egg, though, they're probably not going to be aggro anymore. So it's going to be pretty good. Alright, getting some natty gas from the fissure. Getting maintained. This experiment was kind of fun. We cooled down the area pretty well. And there's a little bit of heat right there with the warm water. We're just going to let that even out. Not going to do anything with George. Not going to do anything with Ancient Specimen. We don't need to do those for the Chivos. Still draining out this right side. But yeah, those are going to be our goals today. Getting our clam set up so we could finish doing the minnow quest. That's right here. That's going to be the pod objective. The other thing about doing the clams is that once we start making caviar, we're going to be getting slime from them eating, which we're going to need for the mushrooms, for the GMO AOK. We're going to be milking them in order to get ovaline in order to process into mucin. That's kind of nice because we're using mucin right now for the lice loaf instead of water. And that's going to be one of our food sources via mealwood. Free George! We don't have food yet, man. Does he like sushi? Can I just give him sushi? I guess we could give him uni. Oh, we gotta make nigiri for him, huh? And then sushi roll. Outball, welcome in. He doesn't like uni. That's funny. We'll consider freeing George after recruiting Minnow. The frozen friend's already in as well. So it's kind of all working out. Alpha, how are you? Welcome in. Otherwise, we're slowly mutating some bog buckets over here. These guys consume all the polluted water, though. So we're just going to have to be moving in the waters to them. You just downloaded RimWorld. Welcome to the world of the Rim. I see you over there, man. Kuba coming up with the 15-stream streak. Welcome in. Shout out to you, Kuba. How are you? How are you? All the faces, man. 80 tiles. All right, we're gonna have to move a lot of stuff. Do a little bit of combat. Okay, we're gonna want a door here. So right now we're just doing a lot of maintenance work, waiting for stuff, filling up the tidal pools, waiting for water to spill out on a little bit of a controlled spill. We're gonna be trying to set up some clams soon, which might be a little bit space, you know, take a lot of space. But we'll see how we're gonna want to build that out. But yeah, that's gonna solve a little bit of consuming water, and we'll just go straight to Mucin. Wood should be fine. I should be continuously making the refined carbon though. We'll continue with that. A little bit of heat generation right there. And I think, yeah, we're gonna move out our farm over here, mainly because I want to get rid of the polluted water and have clean water there, or maybe even salt water. We'll see. There's a lot of polluted water still. There's even brine water pool could work. All right, let's move that over. Fish release. Doing a little bit of coaling right now. All right, that's a decent amount of food. Really quickly, let's go over the achievements that we have. All right, so just casually playing the game, we got some achievements like living 100 cycles, launching a rocket, fill out a skill tree. This is probably filling out mechatronics. You could do this at any point on the skill tree. Research, we're gonna take some time to do. Dupe clothing is just clicking on a dupe, and then you go to config. There's clothing right there. These are going to be things like snazzy suits, I believe swimwear counts, you know, warm vest, puffy coat, cool sweater, things like that. So if at any point you want to do that, all you got to do is really just make the textile loom or the clothing refashionator, maybe even both. And you have to have 8 dupes so they could all wear not the default stuff. Now, if you guys watching the run, you might notice that I like decking out the dupes with cosmetic gear, right? You go to blueprints, and then you change that up, right? So like this guy, Ishvan, looks different. The thing with that is that those cosmetics gets covered up by whatever you give them, suit-wise, like snazzy suit. And then they also, that doesn't count for the achievement, so it kind of sucks. That's actually why we'll kind of hold on off of that. Critter Whisperer. There's some critters we gotta tame, so we gotta start doing this. For the most part, we could do some of these and get it going. You don't have to keep them tamed for the entire run. You just have to tame them one time. So we might want to start hitting that up. Some reservations, we could just find areas with natural plants, put doors inside, make a room, put a park sign. Pretty straightforward. Getting 20 dupes, we'll eventually do that. Tame a moo. I believe you only have to do one of these and not both. And then this is going to be something we'll do later with the data miner. This requires plastic. We'll eventually get enough because we're using the plastic for insulator wires right now. Get a room. We got to start making the rooms. Oh, I have banquet hall. And that is a step above great hall, so it doesn't count. Oh, that's so stupid. Survive a year. That's going to be no problem. Reach the oil biome. This is on the second planet. Distribute oxygen via gas vents. We'll have this eventually. Now that we started doing this closed door setup. Yeah, we got a downgrade. That's so ridiculous. It's not raw, just cook the food. We've done that. Bed and bath. Yeah, we have that. Royal flush. We got to replace and get a proper bathroom. We might do that today. Art underground. You just got to give someone the masterwork skill. And then have them actually make something that is scaling with that skill. So typically it's going to be like a canvas or a statue block that's used for sculpting. There's going to be 3 tiers of artwork for that. And you basically have to give them the skill and then make one of these so that they could actually carve it. If you do that, that's the achievement. This inspect a ruin is basically any of the points of interest in the game. I believe if I just click here, inspect. Or no, it's the building on top of the map. Huh. Yeah, so we have to do the building on top of the map. That's a little bit unfortunate. There is a thing where we might get bopped by this because it's glitched. It's usually if you're playing base game and you're familiar with the small abandoned facility on the top of the map. They want you to interact with that building. That building does not exist in our run. I'm thinking to myself, is there anything like that? Now, it's supposed to also work if we find like one of these buildings. We might have to physically have the dupe go inside, to be honest. And then that solves the problem. Like, go through the door. And this might be what they're asking for. Using the security door that requires duplicate access. If that's the case, that's not too bad. We could have the dupe try to set that up. Alright. Good egg, hatch an egg. We did that for carnivore. Cure a dupe of a disease. We had food poisoning at some point. That automatically just takes care of itself. No medicine or anything. And they will just get cured. Now, this is not guaranteed because it's chance of getting cured. Dupes have a chance of just recovering from disease. I think that might be scaling to their germ resistance. I'm not 100% sure, but you could have a sick dupe that just rides out the disease and not get this. Like, I think there's a random chance for them to get that done. Tune gens. All right, we're gonna probably want to get that done at some point. But I'm probably gonna wait till we get the thermal fissures tied up. So we have one, we got to do a second one and then the third one. I think once we tie up the third one, it's gonna make it a lot better for us to have natty gas to keep the setup. We are running it though right now. There's just no real need to rely on it since we are using the petroleum gen. Generate some power. So I'm just gonna want to accumulate some natty gas for that later. Pulling back the veil, this is just exploring the map. One of the things that helps out with that is if you launch the rocket, the entire top of the map is revealed, giving you a good chunk of revealing percentage. So it's pretty good. This one is interesting. It means we have to ranch a hatch. Try to get a smooth hatch morph by feeding it metal ore, and then feeding it enough metal to make refined metal. We should probably try to do this. Get a hatch from somewhere. Unfortunately, there is no hatches on this starting planet. and not on this one either. So because of that, we might have to look for a planet that has that starter biome and try to get a hatch egg from there and bring it back. In our case, we are running the Print Scepter in the situation where we can't find one on any other planet. And what that would mean is either waiting for the printing pod to randomly award you a hatch egg or a hatch, which is possible. Though since that's RNG, I'm going to try to look for a better way to do that. So in our case, the last resort is going to be tapping into this story tray that gives it to you. You could buy it from this effectively. Outside of that, we will try to go to another planet that has one. I don't believe they give you hatches on the POIs like they do in the base game. So that is not an option. Second planet didn't have one. Slugs and Sweetles. We did not get the biome for it. Unless we're hoping for a magic hatch. That I think doesn't work on every planet start. It feels bad. So we will want to look for a hatch somewhat soon because this is a little bit time consuming. This is just build a bunker door anywhere that has a meteor. Bunker door is a specific door tech. If we go here, it's right there, bunker door. It's made from steel specifically. We are still micromanaging the manual rad bolts, just stripping the uranium from the biome. And then easy living. This is basically stop having dupes deliver stuff and make it so that we use the sweepers. We do have the kitchen now that does help out with that. So the ultimate thing we would be able to do is not have this allow manual use. And instead have all the resources we're farming swept and then delivered. Which is possible. It does make a lot of sense for us to do that, especially like right here. The problem is that since we have the cooking job on forever, what's going to happen is that the dupes are going to pick up the food and deliver to the cooking facility themselves. Which bops the sweeper from doing it sometimes. If it's out of range, every time. We have to consider that. Job suitability is going to suck. Where they have everyone on the suit and then they have to do work for 10 cycles. We'll probably have to do some sort of weird strat for that later. Soft launch pad on it. Yeah, that's just landing on a planet. We're going to do that today. Oops. GMO AOK. This is the one we're trying to do right now passively. We're just setting up a couple of weird spots. You saw us do this earlier. Putting a Wheezewort next to plants that are on the list is probably the easiest way to do it. And then, you know, there's no setup with this. Grow the plant in the environment. I had mealwood grown here. So I had a Wheezewort there for a while until we got the seeds. And then down here, we had a reed fiber. Since this grows 2 cycles, we just had it right there. You can see my Wheezewort seed is right there too. And we got the mutation. So it's all RNG based off of your farmer's attribute skill. Click on a dupe, go to bio. They're going to have something called agriculture. There's something called seed chance. The seed chance rolls you getting a seed. If you don't get a seed, there's no chance of you getting a mutated seed. So if you have high seed chance, you have a chance of getting a mutated seed. If you have low seed chance, you just get no seeds in general. And as a result, don't get a chance of the mutated roll. So you want to make sure that whoever's farming is going to be having high skill. You could add a couple of points right here. +2, right? Just get the first one. I think the other ones don't add anything. They might. I'm not actually sure. So who was that? This is Rowan. Rowan, you here, buddy? He has the orange hair. He's eating. Oh, it's +2 for each. Okay, so it is +6. He has a 53% chance. So, easy way to do it is put doors, lock out everyone, except for Rowan. Now, the thing with this is that you wouldn't really want to do that until the crop is about to be harvested, because a lot of times anyone could deliver the polluted water. Making it so that only Rowan could do it might make it so that it doesn't get irrigated, so that might suck. You could always, you know, set it up on a hydroponic farm. But that's going to be the GMO A-OK. Mind the gap, we're waiting to get some Radbolt tech and radiation. We'll try to prep for that today. The Land Rovers on all worlds, yeah, we'll do that at some point. Radbolts, this doesn't really matter because once we get the radiation, it's going to be done. This is also part of the radiation setup. Run the reactor 5 cycles. Yep, we're going to do that. And then moral high ground, we're going to have dupes survive in space 10 cycles. Yeah, we could do that. We just have to make a really nice spacefarer. And the big thing is just having really good food. Right? Food could give you 8 morale. And then the funny thing is that specifically over the required? No, right? It's just 25 morale. Yeah, so if they have an interest, so something like if they have interest in science, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then each one of these gives you morale because they're doing a interest that's in their skill line, or a skill line that's in their interest. So that means that you're artificially inflating that. That makes it kind of easier. Now, of course, it's going to mean that they have a requirement too that's going to be hard to upheld, but you know, it actually helps you out for this achievement. These bottom ones are not going to be as bad. We just got to operate a data miner after running supercoolant on it, so we will want to get supercoolant. And then the bionic booster at the end, we will do that later. While we're done with everything else. We're at a point where we're not going to want to take any more dupes. Mainly because of that achievement job suitability where we have to have everyone inside of a suit working. So it's going to be... Oh, we never plugged this in. Give me my oxygen. Thank you. We're going to not want to take that many dupes. But yeah, a lot of those achievements we could easily do, but we're realistically just going to be trying to snipe a couple things right now. I did not dig that out. All right, so we're setting this up, and then while we do that, we should think about where we want the reactor. All right, mop up the rest of this ethanol. You know what? We'll stop that. That's ethanol. We're basically going to drip this back down into here so we could use it. Ethanol is basically being used in the petroleum gen right here. We have a little bit stored. This is temporary until we get all the tidal turbines plugged in, filled with water. There's still a couple wires right here we got to kind of shuffle around. And then we need to plan out where we want to run the reactor. Because what we're going to need is space for the reactor. We want the reactor near the top because radbolts decay as they travel, and we're going to want to power some rockets with that. That's also going to mean that if we do that, we're going to need space below it for the steam turbine, so we could run a reactor setup. That will in turn become a power source. And since we have our power plant right here, it kind of makes sense to have it kind of nearby. So we could have it on the edge right here, actually. Which would need us to move a lot of these guys out of the way. Deal with the salt water. And then bop some of the area. That probably makes the most sense to do it on this side. How much space do we have right here? Let's go with this line. 42. 42. So if we just do a generic setup, let's do 3. How wide is this? Oh, I don't have the tech yet. Let's say it's 4 wide. 5 wide. So the tunnel would have to be 5, maybe 7. And then we have walls, 9. And then 10 tiles each side, 20. 30. So that's what? 27? We should have enough space to fit it over here. That would be something to do. So at the very least, we're gonna want to make a liquid lock to break in to grab the uranium. Oh no, bro. This solid nuclear waste is coming in from the bees. Yeah, this is 1,000 grams each. That's basically the bees dying. That might be because of save load and the corpses of the bees causing a little bit of a problem. All right, speed this up. Y'all know what the plan is for today. Let's get it in. I kind of want my dupes to eat the pickled meal. We're gonna not allow them eating the good food today, just a little bit. Bam, 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 bam. Wait. Everyone's still eating it. Oh, man. There we go. We want them eating the pickled meal so we could make fresh ones so that they could take on the rocket mission. Hand crank, getting the reactor research right now. Right, all the dupes are working. They all got jobs they gotta do. Okay, we'll remove that. This is going to... this is eventually going to be removed. For now, though, we'll keep it there. Feed the oxygen into the top. Some oxygen needs to move out there. And yeah. We will have another suit line here, actually. This kind of makes sense. We might just split this line up and down. Maybe. We'll have to see. But yeah, this line is going to be dedicated to the suits. Specifically, you know, ammo suits. They have the power. No power. This... oh yeah, that's not plugged in yet. Okay, so while we're doing all that, I kind of want to do a controlled spill of the salt water into this area. Right? Because that's technically going to be another tank. And then I want to do that just to grow clamps. I guess we don't need that much Sea queens. We just need to be able to get a little bit of caviar for the achievement. We don't realistically need to have like a big full-size farm, because technically these guys are not great food source. We want a little bit of slime just so that we could fertilize the mushrooms. They're only needing 4 kgs. And then we get 12 kgs per cycle per sea queen. And then we could just do the mushrooms, right? So what we're gonna want to do is, we know it's gonna be like that. And then we're gonna build some clams. And then the big thing is we're gonna have a water door so that the water is considered, and then we just have enough space for all the sea queen stuff. So we can't grow clams in the sea queen area. We will instead need things like aquatic grooming and then milking station. Do I have that tech? I don't. We will have to grab that. Okay. We have a lot of tech we just gotta grab then. Making pearls isn't really gonna do too much for us. And we really want the milking station before even considering that. Though we could try to fill this up with water right now, just because that's something that we could be doing. The only thing with that is that we're filling up so many areas with water right now. It's taking some time. This is emitting. Consuming said water. .8, so we need more water there still. All right, they're eating it. They had one day where everyone ate pickled meal. No one's picking up the lice loaf. That's so funny. I probably should have moved the sushi bar on the left side so that this sweeper could have just swept both. Yeah, sushi bar active tile is where the power line is right there. And that's within range. It's fine, though. It's fine. Polluted brine. All right, so really quickly, we have our tidal turbines 1, 2. There's water inside there, so they're doing great. We're gonna be releasing this salt water. Ideally, oh, this is done. Ideally, we kind of want to have water in the tidal turbines because we're gonna eventually consume all the salt water later for the fluke round. And we're waiting to fill up the buildings right now. All right, we could submit this bioscan. Did they just finish eating? They did. All right, we allowed them to eat again, boys. Food's back on the menu. We will want to make some pickled meal, though. Let's do 20 of these. And we're just waiting for these to be harvested. We are not having lice. Oh, they are having this on forever. I guess it's fine. All right, we're gonna cancel this for a second. It's gonna drop the mucin, which is not a big deal. It's in a bottle. Oxygen's at 19 kgs per tile. Pretty good. gas pipelines could be redone a little bit, but for now it's fine. All right, no one's idle. So everything we've given them to do is keeping them busy. All right, so we should probably dig this up, get our proper ladder here. There's still some stuff to sweep before we could tap this. And I do want to lower the water level here. We do that by digging. Mucin's liquid from the snails. It is. You could use this to substitute regular water. And that's kind of like the thing about that. It's a regular water substitute. It's cool stuff. Cool stuff. Going on, Box Fox? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you for tuning in. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Taking it easy right now. I am thinking, whoa. This tame fish somehow broke out. The wild fish will let leave. Somehow the tame fish broke out. That's crazy. These are all wild, right? Yeah, they chilling. Doing well. How about yourself, legit? We doing all right, man. I just can't wait for winter to be here, dude. Can't wait for winter, man. I want it to be cold already, dude. Otherwise, though, just doing some more achievements today. I prefer spring and autumn. I like it when it's cold, dude. I don't know why. When it's cold, it feels like... You know what it is? Sleep. I like to be able to sleep with the multiple layers of blankets. And it's just like so cozy and warm. And then I like the weight laying on top of me. Because right now it's summertime. I haven't slept underneath any type of blanket for like the last 5 months. Oh my god. So it's like it's too hot to be under the covers. It do be like that sometimes, man. 80 to 68 is my favorite temperature. Dude, that's... Alright, in Cali, that's winter. Other places of the world, maybe not so much. Maybe that's what it is, right? Let's change this up. $25. 20. Okay, that works. Sweeto eggs. That does not help us. We'll take it though. The little babies will eat some sulfur. Oh, we got the achievement. So we opened the door right here into this room, and that's what you need to do for the Gravitas, Ghost of Gravitas. There we go. So they require you to basically find a security door and open it. Let's go. Long ago, I mentioned that I saw gases move diagonally, despite paths being blocked. Looking at the guides, I found out how it happens. Gases can move diagonally if you have a liquid on top. Airflow tile. Flow freely. One great mystery sauce. Ah, that's weird. If you have liquid on top to the side of an airflow. I guess it's something like for a split second, the liquid moves, which causes the gas to be able to just sweep in. I guess that makes sense. Yo, what is going on? Shoutouts to you. Playing some Oxygen Not Included. Awesome. Welcome in. Apoeo. That's an I, right? Welcome in. It's a Diamond Mika raid. Hello? I gotta ask. Am I saying that right? Diamond Mika? Welcome in, welcome in. How was the stream? Talk to us about that. How was the dupes treating you today? Second time back into it, about 3 years. I forgot everything. It happens, man. This is 100% a game where if you forget some of the little things about the game, it's going to bite you in the butt. Why not? I can't pronounce the second part. Diamond is fine. I say Diamond Mika because for some reason this kind of reminds me of the Street Fighter character. You know who I'm talking about? There is she's the blonde wrestler, but it's Rainbow Mika, M-I-K-A. So I'm like, oh, this is kind of like an alternative version of Rainbow Mika. Diamond Mika kind of makes sense. Oh, that's just Finnish for sword. Oh yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Hey, props to you for not using the auto name generator. So easy to just have name given to you. Stream was good. A lot of bullying with Diamond, but it was very good and funny. Oh, no bully, yo. What's that? So I'm back at the starter colony trying to figure out infinite farms for fish, etc. Oh, there's been a lot of changes. In the 3 years you have not been playing, Oni has released a lot of DLCs. I'm not sure which ones you've gotten, but each DLC basically came with an update to the game and changed and balanced a lot of things. So there has been a lot of things different. You say fish farm, so I don't know if this is spoilers. The Paku fish has been nerfed to the ground, and they are not that good anymore. This guy, he sucks, man. The biggest nerf is that they no longer give eggshells. The fishes have been bopped. So that means they no longer provide any lime at all. I believe 0 lime. So feels bad. Second thing is that you need to make something called Paku treats. If you don't feed this to them, they don't get happy. So it just makes taming and ranching the fish just kind of suck now. Now, the funny thing is that they basically made the fish DLC exclusive. This is the new Paku. It basically does everything the same. Great reproduction rate. They lay eggs really fast. All they need is phosphorite. And then the upside is that you could cram a bunch of them in to a small room because they only have 8 cells required instead of 12. You use crabs for lime. Dude, these guys poop lime. That's the crazy thing. These guys poop lime, dude. That's the stuff from Draco's indeed. Yep. Indeed, indeed. You'll see massively lure Paku. They did. So Pakus typically were the king of food. They just gave you a lot of fillets. Not only that, the egg yolks that they used to provide from the egg cracker used to be the most dense. So if you get to the egg cracker right here, the calories that a Paku egg used to provide used to be double. Then it got nerfed by half. So now it's more balanced compared to everything else. And it used to be, since you got more raw egg from the eggs, you were able to make omelets very easily. Do I not have omelets? I've never gotten raw eggs. I can't cook omelets because I've never discovered raw eggs. Wow. So the raw egg gets cooked into omelets, right? 16 to 28. So you were able to make 2 omelets per egg. Per Paku egg. So you were able to get like 5,600 calories per Paku. So it's like every 3 cycles, you were able to feed 5 dupes. You know, it's pretty crazy. So the amount of calories you got from Paku has just been nerfed to the ground. So they cut the amount of raw egg. You also got to make Paku treats now in order to make them happy. And then they're just not that good anymore. And it's not even like they give you anything special. Right? The Paku just gives you fish meat. So it's like, oh, these guys kind of suck now. We're just gonna, you know, use the beacons. It's a lot easier to feed. Just give them a little bit of phosphorite. And then sweep out the eggs. Yep. They got big nerves, mental thrall. But yeah. Lot of big changes. Diamond Mika. Of course, thank you so much for the raid. If you need any help, I do play this game a lot. Feel free to ask the questions. Anything that might help you out on the runs. But if you're just, you know, winging it, running it, kind of just freely going at your own pace and rediscovering the game, yo, go for it. Have fun, right? We are very much endorsers of fun. But yeah, we are doing a guided all achievements playthrough. Right now, we're kind of in a lull period where a lot of the deadline, like, you know, carnivore, locavore, super sustainable, those achievements are already completed, and we're kind of cruising, taking our time. We just got our power situated. We just got our freezer for our food, so we're sitting pretty. Starting to go into space, planning out where we want to put our reactor for the beehives uranium. And then once we have that set up, we could start upgrading to the rockets. We are teching up right now. Some of the necessary tech we do need as well. Like, we gotta actually, you know, get the reactor. But yeah, we are chilling right now. So I gotta ask. Chat saying, you know how to suck eggs? I'm kind of curious about that. How do you suck the eggs? I hear it's a delicacy. You do like a soft boil, and then you crack the egg with a spoon. Is that a thing? Oh wow, they broke them. I remember using a drowning pool for the hatches and starving pool for the Paku. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can still do that. Those still work. Those strats are still there. There's so much more with the DLCs. Yeah, the biggest thing is if you do get the aquatic DLC, you get something called swimming. So we're gonna have Ocean Man swim into the pool, and watch this. Oh my god, he just moves in the water. Let's go. Swimming has been a game changer, man. Oh, Lamo, I was talking about how the sweeper sucks. The eggs up when Suzuki came up into the chat. Oh. Yo, man, don't worry. There was someone else I was talking to. And they, just like you, haven't played this game in years. And they couldn't think of the name for auto sweeper. And they were trying to look for it on the research tree and they didn't know where it was. They're like, yeah, they used to have this thing called the hand, the claw, the auto fister, and he couldn't think of the name. And he just came up with a different word for it every time. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It really do be like that sometimes, man. Sometimes you haven't played the game in a while. You gotta be, you know, trying to get your thoughts through, but it's tough, man. Cthulhu, welcome in. I see you over there. The claw. Oh, the claw. Even the games I do play, I just forget the name. That happens, man. That's a sign that you're really just taking it easy. That's a good thing. It's not that important that you gotta know the name of it, you know? It'd be like that sometimes. Perfect timing. Suzuki, do you drive a Suzuki? I have a curious question now. I thought those are not being made anymore. That's a car, right? That's just your surname. Oh, I see you. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, I don't think they make those anymore. You got one of those, like, rare breeds, man. Is that a high class car? Is that like a Benz, Rolls Royce or something? Damn. I didn't know. I'm not gonna lie, man. Suzuki's are only something I've seen on TV. And then it's like, I hear they went out of business. It's kind of like Jaguar. Well, and you just don't see the cars anymore, right? Yeah, man. Dude. It'd be like that, man. Someone once asked, oh, is it a sedan or a coupe? And I was like, I don't know what that is. Apparently, it's like a type of car model type. It's like, if you're a gamer, you know, PC towers. There's a full ATX and then a mid ATX. And then you have a mini computer and then you have a micro computer. Like, you would know, like, the size of the PC I'm talking about. But it's like, that's apparently the same thing for cars. Oh, it's a coupe, it's a sedan. Yeah, see, Cthulhu knows. I was like, is it a truck? No. Okay, it's a car then. I just keep it simple, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Sometimes, man, just use small word, big word, do the confusion. Why use big word when small word do trick? A wise man once said. Oh, I can't grow this? Oh my god. Dude. No. Okay, we gotta move this. Alright, whatevers. Dude, this is too tall, dude. What a travesty. Now, we're gonna move this. We're going to have to cut the line. Empty storage. Yeah, we released the water. I've seen enough Top Gear to know the basics. I hear Top Gear was actually a pretty entertaining show, man. I actually never really watched it. Yeah, where I live, Suzuki motorcycles are very common, but have cars from that brand too. Oh, I see you. Oh, they do motorcycles. That kind of makes sense. Why does that kind of make sense? We're gonna have to hit empty storage like 4 times here. But yo, appreciate the raid. Thank you guys for coming in. If you guys are just coming in, my name is Too Legit. We're doing some Oni right now. If you guys have questions, yo man, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Otherwise, we're just hanging out, doing some achievos, talking about stuff. Guys, I have been looking at barbecue sauce recipes. So I want to hear from you guys. Y'all know any good barbecue sauce recipes? I gotta know, man. Y'all know barbecue sauce? I saw something yesterday I thought was pretty cool. It was a miso maple glaze barbecue. And I was like, that sounds like it'd be really good. It was crazy though, because they made it with kombucha, and I was like, what the hell? This level only too advanced. I'm just watching and learning for sure. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to explain what's going on. Something like, why is our food storage so compact and it works? How come the food inside is hot, but it's still deep freeze? How come I don't understand the game logic here? Like, cooked seafood is at 24 Celsius. That's pretty warm, dude. But it's deep freeze sterile atmosphere. Is that a vacuum food drop? No, there's CO2 inside. There is a couple of mechanics in play with something like this, but we are effectively running cold ethanol to keep the food box cold. But then there is a secondary mechanic, given how, you know, now that I think about it, when you used to play Diamond Mika, did you remember having a food box like this, and then your dupes would be literally just eating on the side, and they would able to just pick up food diagonally? That's about 3 years ago. Because at that point, you were playing the game before they make the big food change. And that would be a big change to kind of be updated on. Because food preservation has been a little bit different now. I'm too busy trying to figure out bits of the base to ask questions. All good. Anything, just point, be like, ooh, there, purple wall. What do it be the purple wall? And I'd be like, this purple wall, that purple wall. Purple wall with food. I'm go, okay, we talk about it. In India, they had a car brand called Maruti Suzuki, and it was joint corporation or something. Oh, I see those. I see a Yukador. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. I know a good recipe for garlic bread, because garlic bread on barbecue is so good. Not gonna lie, I feel like garlic bread is how people want to get started with cooking. It's one of those things that you have for the first time. If you enjoy garlic, if you're a vampire, you know, maybe not. But it's like, if you like garlic and you have garlic bread that's really good, it's like life-changing. You'd be like, oh, dude, I gotta learn how to make this. And I figured out the best garlic bread. Dude, easily, by far, not even close. You have to make bread, right? Long loaf better. Cut that baby in half. And then what you do is you have to prep this like an hour in advance. You take the whole thing of garlic, not the one clove, like the whole garlic. And you cut the top off, not where the roots are, but the top. You know, there's a part where the root and there's a part where everything just kind of merges together. Cut the part where it merges together slightly off so that everything is kind of revealed. And then drizzle oil on it, wrap it in foil, put it in the oven on low for like an hour. You get this slow roasted garlic that when you pull it out, you could squeeze the roots together and all the cloves just burst out. And then you push it with a fork and it's fork tender. You could easily mix that with a little bit of butter and then spread it on top of the bread. Now, the thing is with that is you can't stop right there. What you actually should do is put mayo and butter on the bread first, and then do a rough spread of the roasted garlic. And then you put that in the oven with a little bit of cheese if you wanted it, and probably not though. Just put some Parmesan afterwards. But that is the best garlic bread. The mayo, for some reason, pulls everything together, gives it a little bit more depth of flavor. It's so good. Not quite. I had a liquid log or something, and it went through a cold area to get chill before dropping. Okay, so you played post food box change. Okay, so that's good. So this is nothing too new. This is just a little bit more worked out. It's a little bit more convenient, but it's basically the same thing. Liquid log, food drop. We have the cold tile, and then the gas to keep the food cold, and then the dupes just stand right here and pick it up. So it's yeah, you probably understand the food storage then. Don't have to explain anything for that. All right, gonna speed this up. Is this filled? This number should hit 16 tons. Correct. Mozzarella also works. My recipe also uses mayo. Ooh, we got the mayo enjoyers. Let's go. You know, a lot of people don't like mayo because people call it the white sauce. And there's some, you know, connotations to that. You be eating the sandwich with the white sauce. Start chuckling. And it's like, okay, man, I see you over there. But I'm not gonna lie, man. Mayo is very... It's very interesting. The mayonnaise. I love real mayo, not the whip stuff. Nah, man. You gotta call it by its real name. The government name. Aioli. You can't be calling it mayonnaise. Like we're watching a TV show and you're calling it patty mayonnaise. One thing that was getting me was how do I separate items to go into different drops? Like I have a conveyor row going to the kitchen, but I want to drop fish eggs in one chute, hatch eggs in another. Ah, that is tech locked. So if you're playing without spaced out, you could easily grab this tech. But if you are playing with spaced out, you need to get radiation and data banks. But you're looking basically for the easy way is this solid filter. Right? That's all it is. Now, if you don't want to use this, the shutoff is here, but the problem is that you have to use these sensors, right? Because you need to get not thermal, but element sensor. This determines whether or not, you know, if it's this egg, go that way. If not, go this way. Now, the thing is with that is you could technically just avoid all that by just giving everything a dedicated loader. Right? So if you have your critter eggs in one spot, you just put a loader for each egg and make a separate rail. That way you don't have to wait to get the tech because it's just these two early on, right? But you know, that's a little bit more refined metal that you're just gonna have to have sitting there. Now, the amount of power you're spending is gonna be the same, right? Because they're always going to be, you know, releasing the eggs, using the power for that, so it's not going to change. It's really just letting the metal sit there. Think about dropping them all in a drowning pool and having a sweeper remove the fish eggs and loader drop them into another. Yep, that can work. That can work indeed. That may be the better setup. Because the thing that's kind of stupid is that the filter is also 120 watts of power, which is the same amount of power cost as another loader. So it's like, you might as well just give them a separate loader for themselves, right? It's like, it's not going to change too much. Really do be like that sometimes, though. 20 tiles, okay. We will want this. Let's get that in. Real mayo, dude. Not that whip stuff. If you heat mayo, it decomposes. I mean, yeah. Mayo is one of those things that has to stabilize. You guys had... Ah, man. I'm not sure where this is from. Is this Polish? It's called, Lom? Calm? It's basically garlic and olive oil, but then they blend it till it's a paste. What is that called? But yeah, that's basically what that is, man. Effectively, you just got to get the things to kind of mix, emulsify, and then stabilize. But yeah, it's basically just oil, dude. It's so good, though. I always find the long way to do things always involve the fish. Hey, man. You got to put extra work in for the seafood. But a lot of times, it do be worth it. Alright, we're gonna put ladders there in case someone builds and gets stuck in the side. You know, classic dupes. Also mop this up. Alright, we'll leave that alone. Speed this up a little bit. We're gonna be potentially moving our fish tank so our dupes don't have to run all the way inside. We'll be over here instead. Did we make new pickled meal? We did. Alright, we're gonna need to continue our space mission. Once we get the pickled meal inside, we'll be able to continue some of our rocket launch. We're gonna go top right and then bottom left. Calm? It's like a white sauce made from garlic and olive oil. I'm not sure if it's Polish. It could be from somewhere else. I was just watching some videos on P-Day. And that was a recommended video afterwards. You know what P-Day is, right? It's the bread with beef on it that's kind of cooked like a pizza, but they use bell peppers. I guess they use tomatoes in the mix as well. Then it's parsley. All right, this is a weird water line, but we'll live with it. Looking good, looking good. All right, dupes, not getting stuck. Let's sweep these tiles. We'll do it like that. This doesn't matter as much. We'll just get these. Maybe just this one. Should be fine. And then there is a power line. Not bad. New printables. We'll get the excellent fruit. Okay. We have 14 kgs pickled meal. We have no more pickled meal here. Supplying cooking ingredients. Supplying water. This is not at 16 yet. This is going down. We'll look at that later. Okay. Summon crew. We're going to go 3 tiles out this way. And we'll start scanning. Should be good. We have suits inside, suits outside. Should be pretty straightforward for that. Okay, so if we are going to do the reactor top left right here, I will very likely want to have this water relocated. So I may want to do something like a controlled spill down this way. But this is already kind of filled, so we're going to release some water this way. Let's close this door, though. Of course, we do have to be careful with this. And we may want to lower the water level down a little bit more. Probably not. This is pretty good. Let's just bop the sand. But yeah, Oni is a great game. It's just there's a lot to remember sometimes. Ooh, okay, these are good. We could turn both of these off. Temperature is at a great spot. Let's get some more pin pockets in. Let's do a copy paste. They should be good. Ooh, this is mostly swept out. We want to lower the water level, right? We're gonna dig underneath. We want to keep this here though, so we could just use it. And then oh yeah, we're gonna need the ladder. There we go. Pretty good, pretty good. We'll be chilling in here for Ocean Man. Oh, you're grabbing the seed. Let's go. Ocean Man. Swimming's good times. Alright, since we're filling up a lot of places with water still, we're gonna wait in order to see if we have enough labor. And I want to use clean water for this, so I'm gonna have to wait a little bit. I do want to start draining the water into here. So I want to start a spillage. Probably eventually that means we have to replace this too. I guess the other thing is the fish here. They gotta get relocated. Alright, this Paku's gotta go. He is not the homie. Everyone else can go down to this pool. Not really too worried about that. Yeah, we even got turtles, dude. I like turtles. Salt water is going up, pushing down. I really should try to mop up the water that's right here. Another thing is we should probably put some airflow for the gases to move out. I kind of want to do it and not want to do it at the same time. Because having just salt water here looks so much better. We have this little layer of clean water on top. You can't really tell though because they're the same color. $13.2. We're almost there. Oh, we got the angry crabs. Let's move that here. Before we get another dude passing out. The water there is good. Okay, so we want the spill there. If we spill here, that's kind of bad. So we kind of want to do it like that. Not that much will spill. We want to be in the middle. Hopefully not cause any problems. And then we'll eventually spill the water into here. It looks like we will have to do a lot of relocating ocean water. Sadly, we don't have a lot of ocean water space. I kind of want to keep the ocean. I do. There's just no space for it. Like maybe once we tap this, we could dig up this fossil and have this be a part of the ocean, top to bottom of the map. And then we just fill up this area with salt water. We will have to use up a lot of this clean water, dirty water though, which I'm not really against. The only thing is that salt water is heavier than everything else. So if we do release water, the other water is going to float up. Not really a good thing. Okay, we're getting the top layer now. Okay, so this is not bad. Wait, oh, there's even flu coral seed. Wow, the Paku didn't eat it? Let's go. That's the one thing about Pakus that still kind of sucks. They eat seeds. And some of the seeds in this DLC is kind of important. Oh, Starnacle. $700 is max. Okay, cool. I just realized there's a seed inside. I don't know about you guys. Anytime I box up a room permanently, I try to make sure it's clean. Nothing inside. And there's a seed. Let's pull it out, dude. Just pull it out. Prioritize this. All right, still scanning. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So these 3 tiles. Okay, and then once we do that, we fly back. Sounds like OCD. I am a little bit OCD. If anything, I have ADHD. Not really the same thing though. But hey man, that's just me, man. Feel like that sometimes. Alright, we're gonna close the door. It's a lot of salt water. And then we probably dig this so we can climb up this ladder. Oh my god. You're gonna get stuck. What are you doing? Oh. Okay, you guys are cool. You guys are cool. Sounds normal. It'd be like that, man. Some streams just love trigger people's OCD. It'd be like that, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do, man. Alright, we're gonna start trimming out a little bit of the salt water off the top. I should be able to do 2 layers, to be honest. I be chill. Nothing wrong with that. We chilling, man. We just hanging out. Alright, so we will want to continue digging this. We got the ladder built, so we're not too scared anymore. So we're trying to lower the water level below where this is. How many tiles is that? 69. Nice. We'll just start digging a little bit over here. Go down the bottom. The uranium's right there, so it's kind of scary. I guess we could dig that. Okay, should be cool. Oh, squid is hanging out with Minna. Oh, you better not beat her up. These squids will fight, dude, like a poke shell, but they get free roam in water. It's kind of scary. Hopefully it's fine, though. So we're basically going to do what we have here, over here. But we want to lower the water level first. Make it a little bit easier. Also, the amount of gas here is in grams. 2 digits. So it's not like we're worried too much about vacuuming and creating a natural gas area. We just kind of have to do it. Once we get that in, we're just going to attach to the natty gas line that's right there. Should be good. Still doing that. This got done. Nice. Want to build that before we start adding in. Little bit of spillage. Did that happen? Looks like it did. Looks like the water, though, it's getting balanced out with that. Which is fine. Do another time. Alright, so this should hit 16 tons. But seriously, I think this type of game attracts ADHD people. Not much about it. Many streamers that play it or have a diagnosis specs have it. Maybe. I feel like if that is true, I could see why. Part of it is because of the fact that this game isn't fast-paced. And if your mind drifts off somewhere else and you leave part of the game alone, it's not that bad. Like, the dupes are all, how do I say this? Autonomous to a certain degree, where they know what they need to do. So if you forget, have a lapse, focus on something else entirely, they take care of themselves. So a lot of that kind of helps out. At the same time, though, I feel like that's the genre of game, right? The management game, right? RimWorld, kind of like that too, where they're going to take care of themselves, but then you more so focus on a different aspect of the game, whether it's defense, the storytelling, progressing on the technologies, making sure everyone's happy. There's always something to do. That's actually one of the reasons I like this game. There's always something to do, and then there's so many different ways to also do it. Like, most of the time you play this game, you're going to be making an electrolyzer, right? And this is going to be your oxygen source. Our oxygen source are these plants. And we're growing the coral, feeding it salt water. And this is just producing 150 grams per second. That's 300 grams, that's 3 dupes. We have another 2 here, that's 6. Another 2 here, that's 9. Another 2 here, that's 12. So it's like we're getting oxygen in the base from these plants. I might want to grow some more though, now that I'm looking at it, because we're at 14. This guy's probably done. So like having the different ways to do things is kind of nice, because like in our situation, it's just much better to use these plants than it is to build in a spawn setup. Flooring Wonderland. That thirsty clampum is begging for you to get out of its misery. We'll do it. We're actually going to make a clampum farm eventually. You know what? We'll do that now. We'll grab the tech that we need. There's always something to do. It's like RimWorld without as much interaction, which is nice. The big thing for me is the no RNG combat, dude. I have lost way too many of my runs in RimWorld because one of the raiders decided to have aimbot wear no clothes because they're tribal, throw 1 pilwa, which is a one-time use throwing spear, and headshot my full Kevlar helmet assault rifle wielding pawn that I started with, that I geared up, that I spent hours on getting it to like research 20. And it's like, no, why am I playing Cassandra? No reset. And then it's like, all right, man, I'm done with this game. Oh my god. And then it's one of those things where it's like, why this gotta happen, man? Like, we was doing so well. We was gonna build the spaceship, man. Didn't work. Feels bad. Human drama just attracts the neuro spicy people. That's a funny way to put it. That's the fun part. Only you enjoy it. Most likely enjoy it. 3 others. Remote etc. The plants be nice. Gotta cool the oxygen from it, right? No, you don't. The oxygen and everything that you get from this, it's relative to the plants. So at 31 degrees is the plant. That's gonna be the temperature of the oxygen I get. 31 degrees. So we don't actually have to cool it, which is nice. Now, of course, the downside is it consumes lime, which is a lot of times a bottleneck for a lot of players that don't use this because they need to make steel. We're at 13 tons of steel at the moment. We're doing all right. It's just that these guys, because we're farming them, are pooping lime. We have 12. So we get 60 kilograms of lime every day. We have 2,000 right here on this single pile. Dude, goddamn. So it's like, it's a lot of lime from these guys. It's so good. Ah, yeah, the level 2 shooting one-armed tribal manages to get the brain stem headshot. Dude, it's the worst RNG sometimes, man. Blue coral is good at just pumping out room temp oxygen. Same reason I love blums. Oh yeah, blums. You get the algae from them, man. They're really good. RimWorld's 2 RNG, yep. I stopped playing it because it was too frustrating, man. That makes base cooling kind of easy. I mean, the thing is that this is above 30. So I actually had to make a temperature controlled room to grow mealwood, which is kind of wild. Mealwood, if you guys play this game, is the basic of all basic plants that you grow for food. We had to run an aqua tuner in here just so that it would be cool enough to grow, because they stopped growing above 30. My base is above 30. So I was like, oh, this kind of sucks. And then the funny thing is that in order for us to make sushi roll, we need the lice loaf, which is needed to make sushi. So we have nori, not available, and then fish fillet. So it's like, yeah, man, no sushi. We need to, you know, make sure we get the mealwood for that. Now that we have it, though, we actually can't make any more sushi because we're out of nori. I chopped down most of the nori plants, and we don't have access to some of the other ones. We really should, though. We have sushi, man. Lime's so easy to come by, Marine. It is. With the new Critter Happiness system, buff poke shells, you can make lime so much easier. Not only that, they give you a resource called Coquina. No, it's Corallium. I'm sorry. Corallium that crushes into lime. And we have 60 tons of this. Like, it's just on the map as a resource that you could dig right here. I was looking at that right there. Coquina backwall. That's a new mineral type as well. But they give you so many waves, and then the beacon just poops out so much. It's so good. Plants go to a minimum of 20C. It seems happy. You get a cool oxygen supply. It's nice, man. The only thing that kind of sucks is that this farm type, the wide hydroponic farm, requires glass. So what you have to do is, in the beginning, you're not going to get glass tech, right? Glass forge. Ooh, apologize. So the alternative is to actually get pearls. So these clams could only grow on this, but if they're wild, you could just harvest this for pearls. That is a substitute for glass. So let's say we have... I don't have window tile. Oh, that sucks. Let's do the farm. So I could either use diamond or pearls. I don't have glass, actually. So I actually don't have that on my resource list. But there's substitutes for glass, basically. So you have to find clams, crack them open, and then, you know, build out the farms. So you're kind of limited to how many you can make in the beginning, because you're waiting for the wild clams to kind of harvest. And you got to harvest 2 clams per 1 farm, which is 1 coral. But if you have enough, it is grade O2. Yeah, early in Marinea is just a race to scrap together as much pearl as possible. If you're lucky, the 100 diamond from the office POI. Also, if you get the new point of interest. So the Prince Scepter gives you full tile glass here, which is amazing. The lab windows are still 5 kgs, but you get 2 windows right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The doors are made out of steel. So you get 200 kgs steel, you get at least 800 kgs glass. This POI is really good, because the old ones got nerfed. Right? This is copper ore for the door right there. And then it's like there's no windows for you to deconstruct. This one is also aluminum doors, so you have no steel for yourself. You do get orchid seeds. We have pips, so we're not going to open that. And then this is 5 kgs glass with copper doors. So it's like the old POIs. This is diamond, so this is kind of nice. A lot of the points of interest have been nerfed, but since this one was made recently, it has basically all the goodies. It's been so good to have. Sometimes you need a little bit of steel to withstand the temperature, man, and you get that. Oh yeah, I play without the Prince Scepter. That POI is even more OP, dude. It's so good. I've notified this for a while, noticed this for a while. I just don't want it to smell. That's fair. I want Clay to give us this tile set as a cosmetic, like you know how we could click on the beds, go to blueprint and change the bed type, right? Like that. It's all cosmetics. I want them to give us this design for the tiles. You know, this is regular tile, just like this. Regular tile. Just give us the like visual to have this same type. It would be so good. Yeah, right? It'd be so nice if we could like build the Gravitas style infrastructure. Like maybe some of the things like the broken clock or the posters they don't give to us, that's fine. But giving us the tiles would be nice. And then some people argue that humans are actually taller because of the 3 tall doors. And the dupes use 2 tall doors. So the dupes are technically short. Feels bad, man. But dude, 3 tall doors would be kind of nice. I wouldn't mind this too. Given the blueprint would be nice. I've used your tiles for what feels like forever. That should be a base feature, something like that. I found that today. It's cool. Print up is really nice. Would be nice customized like power plants, kitchen, DTC. Yep. I think there are mods. Yeah. I believe I saw a mod that allows you to move stuff. So basically it allows you to move the entire point of interest from here into another location. Sometimes it's in the way. You have a volcano right here and you want to do the volcano tamer, but it's like right next to this and you can't do it. So it's like, I think there's a mod that allows you to relocate all this stuff. So it's really nice. And then you'll have all the Gravitas facilities right by the printing pod. It's like civilization never left, man. But yeah, I do think it should be base game. I think you're onto something with humans being 3 tiles high. Hey man, that's Oni conspiracy theory, man. That's too much to get into. That the dupes are actually Santa's helpers and everyone's just an elf. Probably looking into PY Geyser Mover, seeing how compact of a base I can make. Spice things to a cooler can happen. Dude, I know people that play with that. It doesn't seem that bad, but it does make it so that the travel time is minimalized. I don't know how much of an impact of the game that's going to be, but it does feel like it could be pretty big impact. Like, I could move the thermal fissures a lot closer to us and then have it be next to a farm that consumes the sulfur, like the gun palm. Like, that would be not too bad. It would shorten the travel time by a lot, make everything a lot easier. So this game is secretly like kids or Oompa Loompas, many people, child labor. Dude, you ever seen the movie? Not the movie. Seen the fairy tale? Cinderella and the 7 Dwarves? No, that doesn't sound right. That's not Cinderella, right? Snow White. Snow White? Is it Snow White? Sleeping Beauty? Who was it? Guys, who was the female lead in that story? I don't, man. I feel like any one of those could kind of work. It was Snow White, Lord Farquaad. Let's go. I'm telling you, man, they could be just the dwarves. What are you doing? He was having some issues. But yeah, man, it could be just like that. The humans were the full size. It kind of makes sense, man. Now, I will say that the humans would have to jam themselves into this teleporter, which is kind of jank. So it's like, maybe the humans didn't use this, and this was just experimental for the dupes. Feels experimental, man. I use the deconstructible printer pod too. I don't know if it's too cheaty, but I like lining up my pod with the oh, dude. That's one of the things that suck. If you play on a small map and you explore a little bit and you have a geyser right here and it's not a line, kind of like this, it's like OCD in me feels angry, man, but at the same time feels helpless, man. Like, dude, how come this ceiling sticks out? They got a little bit extra junk in the trunk. And then, you know, Hassan, you know, you just gotta live with it. But that stuff sucks sometimes, man. Like, it don't line up, and I'm just kind of like, why you do be doing me like this, man? Like, goddamn. So it's like, you know, for the OCDs people in chat, that's totally fine, man. Gotta live with extra dust in the bed, dude. How come everyone else get vaulted ceilings except me? You know what I'm saying, man? Everyone else got the good stuff. Alright, we gotta mop this up. Alright, speed this up. Did we get enough water here? Oh, it looks good. If we hit 16 here, I think we're gravy. $15.5. Alright, I want to see if we need more water. We're gonna add a couple more. Basically, these tidal turbines are they don't produce anything. These things effectively cycle through the same amount of water. Inhale, exhale. Basically breathing. And the thing with this is that they give you power as they exhale. When they're inhaling, you get nothing. So the thing is that the amount of water you give them kind of triggers, or not triggers, determines how long of a period it's going to inhale, exhale. And it feels like you want to have as much water as you can. The logic is basically, the longer they're exhaling, the more power you get, right? In terms of just raw period of time generating power. So it's just better that way. Of course, that also means you don't want to mix water types. That has a weird interaction here. You can go above 15.6. So it is around 16 tons. All right, we need a little bit more water there then before we actually wrap that up. All right, we're going to continue with our space mission. This guy has all the food, looking good. Click on this. We're going to go bottom left. 3 tiles. Summon launch. These things made me realize hydropower could have been in the game for a very long time. Like building a dam over saltwater geyser and the like. Dude, you ever played Timberborn? Can you imagine they put that type of water power generation in the game? It'd be so like... Because you know what I was hoping you would be able to code in the game? Like, I don't know if they actually can or can't do this. But I wanted them to have... So, I have a lot of what you would like to call crackpot theories. Basically, you know, something I would want to have in the game that's a little bit too cracked. One of the things I wanted to have was... I wanted them to have these tidal turbines, because, you know, they're everywhere, be connected. If this is inhaling, this is exhaling. And then if this is inhaling, that is exhaling, right? So it's like they're coming in pairs. No, it was not the case. I would have wanted that, though. The logic being is that then you could start introducing hydrodynamics. We're having water move and then gravity pushing it down causes you to get a little bit of power from that. And then the turbines itself would just be refilling, and you'd be able to, you know, cascade down, get power, and then it pumps it back up. And then you get natural waterfalls. Instead, what they're doing this is for basically generating waves, right? These little pools of water go up and down. Low tide, high tide. That's basically the design behind the tidal turbines. Not so much moving water, more so than it is causing a little bit of up and down movement. It's also free power, which is sweet. I take those. All right, that's doing that. We're lowering our water level down here still. Little bit of water movement. Let's relocate this. And then I guess we could dig this part. I got to admit, I was a little disappointed at the water falling. I was hoping for a waterfall, but I get it. Oh, I see you. If you want, you could create your own waterfall. That is a thing in this game. I've seen people do a setup where they have a waterfall spill, and then they have a pump at the bottom, and they pump the water back up top. And then they have a perpetual waterfall that they power themselves. And with the new swimming mechanic, you could actually swim up and down that couple grams of water. It's really weird, but it does work. It's possible in the game. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, there's the waterfall arbor tree harvester that you could build. But you could just take that waterfall mechanic now and use it as a ladder, because of how you can just give everyone swimming skill now. And instead of having a ladder here, you could have a waterfall and you swim up. So weird, but it's possible, man. All right, and we're gonna continue spilling out the waters. Next challenge, no ladder, waterfall only. That's tough still. I got to be able to get to the top without ladders. That means we're going to be doing a staircase like this. Just climb, my dupes, climb. It's possible though. It'd be a lot better to be having that done something at like the end of everything. Oh, dude. Do we not have salt water anywhere? Because we are not getting salt water here. I am draining this. We are eventually going to drain the water from here. Okay, so that probably means I should pull salt water from here. Maybe even get a second one. I've seen a natural waterfall that compressed multiple tons of polluted water in one tile. And it was like a pocket of 1 or 2 gas. Yeah, that happens. That's infinite pressure designs. We actually have a caveat. Someone requested that I do a playthrough, do the achievements, and not use any infinite pressure shenanigans. So we're doing our best to avoid things like that. But yeah, that is honestly one of the things I would typically do, because instead of having this big pool of ocean water, you could condense it down to a 2x2, where a single pump just has access to unlimited water, seemingly. Force compression. It's really nice, I will say. It's one of those things that it's like, it just saves so much space, man. Yeah, when the game accidentally creates infinite storage and it explodes when you dig it. Yep, that's a good one. That's one of the reasons why, if you kind of want to play the game and see the shenanigans that you could lose to, I recommend playing Baitor mod. If you guys know, you guys know, man. Baitor mod. Baitor mod's a fun time. But it's really for the people that want to see like everything that could go wrong in the game. All the shenanigans. All your tiles break to 100 grams of oxygen stuck in the tank. Yep. It really do be like that sometimes, man. You gotta watch out. You tried Baytormont with boops. The batteries don't explode right away. That's gonna be the first thing you gotta do. Gotta make sure the batteries that spawn in the water don't explode. The batteries are kind of just a bin and it's okay. If the bin touches water, doesn't that make the batteries touch water? Am I crazy? I feel like it does, no? Who told you that? It doesn't? I thought I've seen that happen. So if they're in the bin, it's cool, even if the bin is submerged? That's kind of interesting. Did we get the wire done? Nice. Still scanning space. We got 4 tiles there. Are we gonna get a planet here? Dun 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 dun. No, we didn't. Scam, dude. Yeah, lol. First time to just boop some Baitor. I talked about the battery thing and just build a bin. Oh wow. Feels like scam, dude. Just build a bin, bro. Just like that. Though I will say building a bin early on like that may not be, I mean, I guess for the exploding batteries it's worth. We have water here, right? Yeah, 2244. We getting water delivered? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. You dig up after you do the bin. It kind of depends, man. If you have the bad gas pockets, maybe you don't do the dig up. We're gonna want to dig all this. We're gonna lower the water level down. Okay, that's gonna be cool. All right, so we are researching, trying to get the milking station. My dupe is done here, so we're done with space scanning for now. The next things we will want to probably do then is start setting up a empty storage, all the loot drops. We're gonna change to a rover's module out of steel. And then this doesn't really do anything for us, so we're just gonna leave it there. We don't really need a battery for anything. We're just gonna go in, go out. And then we do have a little bit of nutrient bars just in case. Water's inside, oxygen's inside. Yeah, I decided to give up the use of my first skill points for immunity instead of important stuff. That's smart. I wouldn't say like you shouldn't have done that. That was probably smart. It was, man. Suddenly, Morb lived by itself in a sealed cave and gets ungodly amount of gas. That only happens if there's CO2 in the cave. Morbs are kind of like an infinite off gas in a sense that they can get pressurized. And it's like a weird sweet spot. Like if there's too much oxygen and it's only just that one gas of polluted oxygen, they stop producing. But if there's like a drop of CO2 moving left and right, it tricks the morb into releasing more polluted oxygen. I've tried to do a more based oxygen thing before. It's one of the things found out. Be like that sometimes. All right, we're on our way back. Dude, this water level is not going down. I guess we could just pump up the rest of the brine. Pitcher pump style. Oh, there's mousse in here. Oh, dude, squid ink. Mop it up, boys. That's not supposed to be in there. Oh, you guys are pooping. Alright, man. We'll leave you guys alone. Let them chill for a second then. We're gonna box that up. Then we need to get the milking station tech and all the other stuff in as well. We do have water here from the mud press. I guess we have to wait for the researcher to get back to continue researching. He is the most skilled researcher we got, so that the space scanning would have been fast. All right, we got to do more drain. Oh, yeah, we have space. Should be fine. Oh yeah, here. We might be good. And then we could stop filling this up. Properly cap this. I need to see whether or not we have enough water inside. Move the salt water, maintain the foods. Okay, let's do a fish culling as well, since we're waiting. All right, so this is going to exhale. And then it's going to inhale right now. I do believe it's this tile in the middle. And then we go up to 16 tons. They are still a thing. 15.6 and we still had water. And then it started releasing. I think we're good here. There are two ways to get morbs. Not burying a dead dupe or leaving an outhouse uncleaned. Though there are some limits to that. The morb in and of itself is how do I say this? You only get one per save load. And what I mean when I say that is that the outhouse only gives you one morb every time you load into the game. After it gives you the one morb, it's not going to give you more until you refresh the building manually. You can do that by save loading the game, exiting the game and launching it, and you'll get a new morb in 3 cycles. Or you do a disabling with a door. So if you build a door underneath the outhouse, it makes it unusable. And then when you close the door, it's usable again. That enable refreshes the building. So that means you do that every time a morb spawns, you get a new morb tick down of 3 cycles. So it's a little bit weird. But yeah, morb's still a thing. They're just a little bit peculiar, I guess. Wait, where does this polluted oxygen come from? Who farted? Get out of here, dude. We back. Okay, nice. Did we build the rover? All right, we're still waiting for the steel there. Cool. All right, so this one could be start filling up now. There's also this one we're going to want to fill up. All right, so that's all we're going to be doing right now. Filling up our tidal turbines for power. We're going to do a space mission. Over here, once that's ready, we're going to be trying to tech up for the clams. And we're going to be moving a little bit of the water. This is still spilling. We're starting to get a little bit too much water, huh? We might want to release a little bit into here then. We are pumping it up as well. And if anything, it feels like I should just remove the clean water that's here. Like, we have space, technically. Oh yeah, they're getting triggered by the combat. We gotta fight the fish one at a time. We don't have weapon upgrades, man. Alright, we'll leave them alone for a second. This one tile has 103 fish and 64 eggs. 60 eggs. Decent. Throw a crab in there? I probably should. The fish don't fight back, so he would slaughter all of them. Should probably throw a crab. We could also throw a squid inside. Though I don't know if they would want to fight still. Maybe they do. Okay, so we did move out the... Okay, more squid ink. We still gotta mop that up. Swept out. Do these tiles. Okay, so clams. It makes me want to use this entire area for the clams, which I really shouldn't do. We could do it here, but I'm scared because this tunnel is a spill path. So it's like I want to do it in an area that has a ceiling entirely over it, like this. So it would be here, but then I need the oxygen to be able to float out. So the best thing we could do is just that. I guess we don't need that many clams, nor do we need that many sea queens. These are 8. Oh, they're only 8? Wow, they don't need that much space. That's kind of interesting. Wow. I thought they needed 12 cells for some reason, like a normal critter. Pips need 12. And they're pips. Really do be like that sometimes, huh? Alright, grabbing the water from there. Doing the pea water dumpage from there. Pin buckets are chilling right here. These are basically giving us the things to crush. I guess we should do it now. The diamonds. Diamonds are forever. And we need it. We got a rover here. Nice. I need a rocket pilot that doesn't do research. And that is going to be Frankie. My man, who's already selected. So we're going to go here. Summon launch. Frankie, man, you got time? We're going to send you on a rocket mission real fast. One time. Don't worry, man. It's going to be good. Nothing bad's going to happen. It does look like the salt water is starting to push up, though. All right. We're going to be dealing with the CO2 gas. Just pumping it out. This is effectively going to be used for the rockets because we're using CO2 rocket engine right now. All right, this is 0.4 cycles. Not going to take that long. But yeah, right now in the base, the dupes are kind of doing taking care of everything, filling up the places with water, moving resources, filling out the buildings with salt water so they continue producing. Spinning the mud. using the pea dirt right here in order to make a additional oxygen generation. We should also keep in oh wow, all the oxygen's getting used up by the suits. That's kind of impressive. I'm in suits so often that we're running out of oxygen for the suits. Wow. I mean, this was dead for a while, so it wasn't producing as much. But it makes me think we should, like, double up on this oxygen box design. Considering it. 60 seconds. Okay, cool. Waiting on the waters. We could turn this one off so it's not constantly waiting for deliveries. This one's about ready too. Adding water there, adding water there. We're gonna chill out. Is the dig good? This is pretty much good. Okay, cool. So what are the dimensions here? 6 by 11. We're just gonna do the same thing. 6 by 11. All right. And it would make sense to do the liquid lock on this side, I guess. Try to box this up. Go in from the liquid lock. What do we got? Take the peat. This guy, we're going to deploy a rover. So we're going to be doing the colonizing of a planet. Basically making it so that we could land with any new rocket. Now, the thing with this is that I'm only able to do this with the CO2 rocket because of how close the planet is. This planet here, 3 tiles away, you could 1, 2, 3, drop the rover, 4, 5, 6, right? The thing is that once you build a platform, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you won't be able to make it back. So this one only really works because it's 1, 2, and then that's 3. But in the beginning, setting up the platform is going to be a lot better. So for now, we're just going to do the simple setup. We see the arbitrary here. We see a little bit of a couple rooms. Let's go over here. The rover's there. And we're going home. Salt water, mid-space. We're going to want to dig some of this igneous because we're going to have to build a rocket platform and ladders later. There is no water anywhere for us to build a natural liquid lock. That's kind of unfortunate. A lot of times, if there's a pool of water up top, you can kind of dig into the water pool and use that as a natural liquid lock, which would be pretty good. Not the case this time, though. Maybe go into here. Do a liquid lock on the water pool right there, maybe. Looks like we'll do this side with a little bit of drip lock right there. I will want to explore this planet. I'm looking for hatch eggs if I can. And then bristle blossom seeds. We also don't have that as well. Mealwood we got, so I'm not really too worried. I just don't think we're gonna get it. Oh, there's shine bug outside. Guys want to see the laggiest thing in the world? This guy has free reign over all of space. Each line is lag. God damn. Alright, so this guy's chilling. We're gonna break in this way. We'll build a ladder. He's gonna have to go down here. And then that's gonna be our small... And there's an opening on the side. Classic. So there's no real problem there. We have steel waiting for us. And we're kind of want to explore this a little bit. What makes the most sense is just digging out the igneous. So these two, these. Let's make these a 7 though, so they prioritize doing that. And then we'll probably do this as a natural dig. So we're going to be doing the exploration strat of choice in most cases. S-shaped digging. This is kind of an S. You guys see that? Or a 5. This allows whatever rover dupes to climb up and down, travel without having to build ladders. A lot of times, that's really good. Because you don't have to go back and forth to grab the materials, build it, and then all that takes time that you could otherwise be just exploring straight up. Technically, liquid lock. If you want to go inside. Since this is hollow right there, I kind of want to see what's down here. Everything here is soft on the as well. Okay, I want to avoid getting close to the oxalite just because it's going to be something that the rover doesn't benefit from. No oxygen, right? And we'll see the planet. All right, we'll leave them alone. Back to here, filling up with water. This is still waiting to get built, sure. Okay, so 2-tile gap ladder all the way up. That's going to be like this, which means that. And then we're going to want to ladder down this way. So ladder here, 3 ladders. And then we're going to want here to climb in. I guess we'll do it like that. We will have to bop the pin pocket. And then we will very likely want a ladder here to build this wall. Cool. Once we're done, we will need to do a liquid lock. Get that ready. And this is probably removed. We're probably just going to move this lower because we are going to need that polluted brine for the plastic that we're growing right here. Otherwise, these guys are chilling. Pea water for the crops. We need to do more of this research. Let's go up to 40. Rad bolt tech. So the moment we get this, we're going to be working on the milking machine, which we're going to want. This is getting emptied. This is properly sealed, so we can remove the mesh. And this should be fine now. It is attached to the power line, so good. There is not a lot of space here. That's kind of a problem. It's not this planet. Look at them, man. Doing all this work. Oh, dude. Is this the sandstone biome? This might be a hatch area. We can't dig through the granite. Then there's bees on the side. Another... No, it's a water weed. Okay. This is a crashed satellite. Lot of radiation. Hear the Grieger counter noises. This is just an arbor biome, right? I'm not crazy. Igneous, dirt, and aluminum. I don't think they're going to have anything here I actually need. I need hatch. I need bristle blossoms. And I don't think they're going to give us any. If that's the case, we don't really have much we would need to do there. So back home, we need to swap out a rover module now into a trailblazer made out of steel. So that's going to be the reason why we made the rover out of steel in the first place. Since we made the rover out of steel, we were able to deconstruct the pod that it landed with for steel. So now when we trailblaze with steel, we're going to be able to build a rocket platform out of steel. This is the only metal that shares the ability to build both rovers, either Trailblazer or the normal rover. So you can't really use any other material for that, so you do have to sacrifice a little bit of steel for that. But that allows us to build a platform and have a guy right here. Dude, this is soft. This is an opening. Oh no, bro. Water, hot water. That's gonna be spawning. We got a room with trimmings. Oh man, civilization. Wild pokeshell. Beds. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much here, man. Paku. Question, I mainly been using copper for everything. Do you know you have to use gold for higher temp stuff like aqua tuners? But what's the difference between iron and copper? Iron and copper is relatively the same. The only major difference is melting point. Iron has a higher melting point. Stats are very close otherwise in terms of using it to build stuff. But when it comes to a volcano, iron has a lot more heat density in that each amount of iron, if it comes out hot, is going to take longer to cool down. Otherwise, it's pretty similar. There was a patch that made it so that the refined metals all give you overheat now. And gold amalgam, right? The raw gold gives you overheat on the raw ore-based stuff. So you probably don't want to refine that. The copper, though, or iron will now give you overheat plus 50. They made that streamline across all the select refined metals. So an example would be if I were to build an aqua tuner, right? Steel gives you the plus 200. Oh, this is not refined metal. Feels bad. Sweeper. Steel gives you plus 200. Iron gives you plus 50 now. Same with copper, same with gold. So when it comes to refined metal, it's all relatively the same. Big thing is melting point. Now, of course, the reason why iron is always going to be better than copper is because it has better stats than copper does. Higher melting point. And then the biggest thing is that this recipe for steel specifically calls for iron. So if you have iron or copper, you want to probably use the copper. A lot of times you want to save the iron so that you can make steel. In our case, we're going to eventually build the monument. And that's going to require 17.5 tons of steel for the monument itself. But the second thing with that is steel can be used as a substitute for ore-based building. So here, this is copper ore, zinc ore, aluminum ore, iron ore for the gas pump. You could use steel for that. So super late game, when you run out of metal ore, you're going to have to use steel to build those things. So like wire. It's like, oh, I have to make steel wire. And it's like, you might as well use lead and make something better than like the conductive wire, right? It just makes a lot more sense at that point. If you're out of ore and you have to use the steel, you'd rather not. But that's the only reason why iron is good. The fact that you have steel as a recipe afterwards. Iron Volcano is top 3 in the game. After that is cold water, right? There's -10 polluted water, -10 brine. Those geysers are top 3 in sense that if you have this, you're pretty much set for the run. Like if you have a water source, that means you could provide water for your spawn. And then if it's cold water, you don't have to worry about having an aqua tuner to cool everything down because you just run the cold water on itself, then feed that water back into the electrolyzer. But yeah, Iron Volcano, very awesome. Now, you're not always going to get it. So they usually give you a planet like this. That is basically going to give you all the volcanoes. I did not get lucky here. Our metal volcano roll was copper, gold, aluminum. I did not get iron here. It kind of sucks. But you typically have a planet if you're playing spaced out, that has a bunch of metal volcanoes. If you get iron here, you're usually set, but you almost always get this planet. And it's also in a ring, so it's nearby the starter planet. We good here? This has Trailblazer Lander. 1 unit. Okay, we good. We're going back. Frankie, we gotta go, man. Looking good, looking good. We have enough beds, right? One, 2, 6, 8, 14. Okay, just enough. We can't take any more dupes, but that's pretty good though. Still adding water there. Slowly building this out. Let's go. Let the dupes work. They are moving in the brine. Oh yeah, we gotta move the pitcher pump over. This is in the way. I guess we just put it down here. This is not above 75, so it's never gonna overheat. Unreachable food. Don't worry, man. You're fasting. I was reading a YouTube video that fasting is good for you. Don't worry, dude. It's gonna be fine. 0.4 cycles. Alright. Gotta do the Galena. Water here is still relatively cool. We make a little bit of steel. Make a little bit of iron, maybe. Maybe we just do zinc. We have a lot of zinc. Oh yeah, we have to feed the hatch later. We should save the zinc for that. We don't know how much they're gonna eat, and then we're gonna have to refine metal off of that as well. That's all gonna be fun times. Alright, so this is full. We're pulling salt water from here, but it's probably not gonna be enough. And I want to create space for the reactor we're going to need. I do want to just spill out the water, though. Of course, we're going to want to refill it back up to 0.2. I mean, I guess we could get started with digging this. So it's find a dupe. Hit show nav. We can't climb up this part. Okay. Dig that. Climb up. And then it's here. Here. And then we're going to start trimming the top. We're only going to do this much because my dupes are going to get something called sunburn. We're going to need to dig that as well. 50 seconds. Cool. Calories are good. Let's do a little bit of fish coaling again. No, you know we're going to do that. We're going to do the crab idea, dude. We got to put a door there so the crab doesn't jump out. And then we need to find a... Oh, we don't have crab eggs. We don't have crab eggs. I guess we could move them in. And then he will slowly lay an egg. 2% per cycle. We don't have crab eggs to trigger the setup. All right, so Frankie, I forgot to bring an extra suit, but I think he'll be fine. That's going to be the one thing. In a further away planet, he might have consumed all of the oxygen in his suit already, which would be bad. We do have this opening, though, for him to kind of recover his breath. All right. Frankie looks like he has half the tank. It's pretty good. No. No, my A button. Ah, God. I had too much cat hair in my A button. Alright, man. Give me 1 sec, guys. I have to run a Q-tip over the area. My A button's not working, boys. Dude, having a kitty cat has its downsides. All right, that's my left scroll, right? Looks good, looks good. It's tough being a cat dad sometimes. My little Mamba is chilling though. He's a good kitty cat. Okay, this guy. Just watching us build a rocket platform. Wally. Come on, dude. What we doing? Alright, so there's nothing for us to grab here. Didn't look like there's anything realistic for us to really benefit from. Oh, we could have had damn, yeah. We need to build a ladder here. Alright, rockets come down. It is 3 wide. So here, here, here. Let's go, you guys. Igneous right there. Frankie's got to get inside. Whoa, you could just climb on the rocket like that? I didn't know that was a thing. What in the world? You could just climb on top of the engine like it's a platform? Wow. Alright, we're going home. Oh, wait. Build the mini pod. You can do it. I forgot to do that. We're gonna have to do that for the objective. All right, he's gonna be inside, able to breathe. P uses toiletry stuff. We have to wait for this to be built. We just got an achievement, soft launch. Activate. Come on, dude. Hit the buttons. Come on. What are we doing? Are you on your union mandated break? He is. Hit the buttons. Come on. One more time. Third time's the charm. Hey, Eureka. Let's go. Now get out of here. Food. Take that back at home, I guess. All right, we're leaving. Peace. Where's the food at? There we go. Okay. Water pumped up from this, which is fine. Still spilling into here. I have a dupe trying to put a hat, and Pokeshell is hitting him on the back over and over again, interrupting the animation. Dude, you're laughing at that, but he's gonna be on the triage cot for the longest time, dude. Today at the start of stream, these group of squids spawned next to my dupe, and they all punched him in the face, and he immediately died. And we had to put him on a triage cot. Is he still here? Harold. Oh, he doesn't have the debuff anymore. Near-death experience. Scary times, man. Getting hit too many times by the critters is a bad time. But I will say, that does sound kind of funny. Guy's just trying to put a hat on, dude. Oh, we have an egg right here. Oh, it's time. Guys, it is time. What time is it? It is time for the Hunger Games. Oh my god. How many fish is there? 110 fish. Alright, we do have a ladder here, so we seal this up. my god, oh my god, oh my god. The Hunger Games begins. There's probably no downside for having airflow here. Dude, you're supposed to fall down. What are you doing? How are you floating like this? Oh, is the fish trap a platform? Oh, I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. All right, man, we got the egg. Oh my god. It's time. We're gonna move this here so gas could flow up and not get stuck under the water. Oh, man. Angry? What? Is this a room? Wait, hold up. He's not mad. Aw, dude, now the egg's mixed in. Aw, shit. I'm so confused. How come he's not protecting the egg? He should be protecting the egg, so then he start beating up the fish. Alright, wrangle relocate, and we'll put him here. Damn, I can't click on that. We're just gonna priority this. Fish trap to a 7. Maybe needs time. I know my Pokeshell had the egg removed a while back, and he was still mad. Yeah, there could be a little bit of lag going on. That does happen in the game. Get hit by the lag stuff. Just feels weird, man. I'm thinking there's something weird where because he's floating, something weird's happening. And that when we wrangle him, he's gonna fall down into the water. There it is. Beat him up. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. Dude, he's attacking every fish one time. That's gonna take so long for him to actually get anything done. He's attacking the fish one at a time, dude. He's struggling. All right, we just leave him alone. We're just gonna magically get fish fillets. It's gonna be fun. All right, this is out of water as expected. Cut this out. Okay, we're working to get this done. This is in. I'm probably gonna want a little bit of oil there. Get that built, and then we want to seal this up. We could climb out and get out that way. And then let's get our steel pump set up. We are going to run zinc here. This is going to be a pressure sensor. Right? Simple setup. And then once we can, we're going to build our lead line. That's going to attach to the power line. So we probably want to do it here. We're going to run the line through, but then we have to build, deconstruct, and put insulated tiles there so we could actually build within that gap. And then we'll funnel everything back. Cool. That's going to be nice. I guess that does mean we got to grab this setup. Ooh, that might be too much, huh? All right, we'll just get that started like that. We might need more mafic rock. We have to go into the rust biome and find some right here. This is all Mathic. Good stuff. All right, cool, cool. We made it back. Let's go. No problems. Good stuff. So the rockets we can't really do too much with. We got initial amount of digging done. This is a cold area, which kind of sucks. I don't want to really break into a cold zone, but we might have to. We're going to continue digging. We're not going to dig this tile in case my dupe decides to climb on top of the neutronium and then he gets stuck. We're going to start trimming out that area. Adding in the water here still. We're trying to connect the second thermal fissure. We are almost done with the rad bolt tech. All right, I'm gonna bump this up to an 8 so it gets done a little bit more often. Why does it feel like my water is disappearing? Feels weird, man. All right, we're gonna do meme strat. This is a strat that is 100% meme. And what I mean when I say that is that it's it works. It's just that the situations where this would need to be applied is not that many. But we're gonna do it. By building a mesh tile in the water, I could mop up the top layer of the water. You could also use this like in the right here. It's just that there's no 2 tiles for me to, you know, have the dupe stand on. But now I could do the mopping right here. Someone do it, man, for me one time. My dupes. They're working on it. They're working on it. All right, so somehow we haven't needed power in a while. Good thing, bad thing. I actually don't know what I would need to consume power on right now, if not my aqua tuners. Maybe my pumps up here, I guess. But since we tied in some more of the tidal turbines, this one's also active now. I don't think we actually are negative on power. It seems that we're just banking it. Pretty good, if that's the case. Oh no, the water level went up. We exhaled all the water. God damn it. So it didn't work. Classic. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right, let's dig out some more of this obsidian just to create space here in the ocean. I should consider tapping this one very soon. We could kind of go inside to pump up the natty gas. I would probably want to go in and pump it up. So, you know what? We will. Okay, power here, power also right there, but not really. We're gonna have to do this kind of nearby. We're just gonna run mesh filler. Get that in, and then we're just gonna run a power line from here out. Running a couple of wires there would be bad, but it's gonna overload the rest of the segment. So we're gonna do something weird. We're just gonna run the mesh. Set up like that. Extra mesh here for a battery. All right, just to get the gas out of this room, because I don't want the gas to float up and then we have a new gas floating around in the area. It's kind of annoying. Fillet of fish. 23,000. I hope they're moving that out, man. I don't want my fish to be rotting. Low priority. Let's bump this up. It's food, dude. We gotta move the food. We gotta do it. Since we have a lot of life slope, I'm not really too worried. And since we're not doing any more rocket missions, we are going to recall the pickled meal. Let me just click all food. The double pickled meal so that it stops rotting. I don't want to waste food. Yeah. All right, slowly working on this. This got dug. We're going to want to put insulated tile here so that we could run the kind of like that. That goes in. We're going to run the lead wires in a similar fashion. Get that all set up. And then another thing we will want is a temporary setup here, so that we can remove the chlorine and doesn't get into our power plant. Nothing's going to be plugged in yet because there's an abyssal light there still. So I'm not really too worried. We'll have to check on that though. Oh, are we out of sulfur? No, we have 40 tons. Hey man, what's happening here? We're not delivering the food to the farms? Does that mean everyone's just doing the fish thing right now? That might be what's happening. Let's lower this to a 7. The fish priority might be superseding everything else. It'd be like that sometimes though. All right, 40. If we have the rad bolts, we'll do it. All right, I'm gonna push this to 9. I want to get the tech so we can start planning out the Bee Queen farm. So I think the biggest thing is deciding what to fill this up with. I kind of want to do water because we have polluted water we have to go through from up top and down below. We're building both of these things. They're kind of far travel, so I don't want to have my dupes working too hard. So from this part, we're not really going to be doing anything else. We're just going to be finishing up these tasks, getting the second thermal fissure, a little bit of research so that we could plan out the Sea Queen farm. The space is already filled out, and we're basically going to be waiting until we get to Radbolt Tech for the generator. We'll get that after we do the Sea Queens. Sea Queens is so that we could start harvesting slime for the Dust Cat mutations, and also to get the caviar that she wants. That way we also get potentially a new dupe. That being said, I may want to do some suit related tasks today, but we're kind of struggling for the oxygen, which is kind of crazy. Our ambient breathability 15 to 2000, that's pretty good. And it looks like we're just consuming way too much oxygen via the suit line. The thing with this build is that this is how many tiles? 19. These guys are 8. We would need 32. So another 12 tiles here. Or we do 214. 19, 14. It technically does kind of work out. And then we would have enough oxygen. I'm gonna grab the gaskets. That's always gonna be nice. Because the thing with that is he's going to need 16 for the egg and for himself. We kind of want to lock him in this space so that he's always emitting light on top of the coral. And then cumulatively, we need the water tank to be at least 32 tiles so no one gets cramped. Right? That's the thing that would suck. We want to be above 32. So if you add 14, 29, 33, that does work out. It would be doing this setup, that setup. This might be worth it, especially if we're going to be using suits for a good chunk of this area. That technically consumes a lot more salt water, though. I have to be careful. And then we won't be able to build much of this area yet. Okay, we'll prep for that. Try to get that expanded out slightly. Let's build this part to connect. Ladder here, ladder here. Build the bottom a little bit. All right, so my dupes know what they got to do. Let's speed this up. Pumping out the gas, building out the second thermal fissure. Researching as much as we can. The crabs are getting to work. Oh, all the beacons have died. Oh my god. Let's go. Poke shell roll. Relocate the egg so he's not beating anyone up here. Let's go. It's just eggs. Only eggs. Now he's chill, man. He's just a chill dude. He's gonna hang out with the slugs and the mucin. Mammoth is just... he's doing the best he can. Alright, so we're gonna be on 3x speed. Things are just gonna be simulating a little bit faster, but we're not gonna be adding in more tasks, except for something minor like that. Expanding the oxygen. This just needs a little bit of elbow grease. Finish building that. I'm not sure what's actually stopping the liquid from pushing all this up. I'm thinking it's a weird liquid stack that's preventing it. But I'm hoping that as we pump this, it doesn't like shrink the area. And then if this gets submerged, we're gonna have to like relocate it. That's gonna be kind of annoying. This will bump up to a 7 because we need to get some polluted brine for these guys. Yeah, we need that oxygen over here. Feels bad. These suits are topped off though. Good news. Alright, so these are going to be flu corals. That's going to be demanding fresh water. Wow. In here, huh? That kind of makes way too much sense. Alright, so... ladder, ladder, ladder. And then ladder down. This is going to seem weird, but it also makes sense at the same time. What we should do is dig out the bottom, let all the water fall down, start pumping out the water we would want to use, in which case it's going to be regular water and the polluted water. The polluted brine might be used too, but pumping it back into here is not good because it's going to bop the plants with the temperature. This is too cold. 26, 29 Celsius. They need around, what is it, 50? 50 to 110. So, yeah, moving that back is not going to be good. We want to build the ladders because once we empty out this water area, it's going to, you know, no more swimming. Water level here. This is making free oxygen, so it's like I'm not mad about it. Did we do the thing? Nope. Water level's still a little too high. Feels bad. Wow, the water is getting pumped out of the tank. That's why I want to mop it up. Prevent that from happening as much. All right, so we can't do the edge, which kind of makes sense. All right, let's just do a tile there. Build that out. So we're just going to double up on the corals. We're not going to double up on the pumps, though. We're probably just going to leave the pumps as is. What we're going to probably do is put 2 mesh tiles here, add some more water inside, which is why we kind of need another water source. We have salt water in the tanks, but we don't have regular water anywhere. Research is getting close. 23 of those still. Another reason why we're doing this. Pitcher pump. I don't know why I said that like it was Bipper Bang. Bipper Bang. Whoa, where does the CO2 come from? What in the world? Dupes didn't come in here without suits, did they? That shouldn't be possible. Oh yeah, we're missing a suit. Yeah, we carried a dupe out without a suit, so we need a suit there. This is pretty important, realizing that. We never got a mutated seed, did we? No. Okay, we're still waiting on that. That's gonna need polluted water, regular water. We're sieving as much as we can here. P dirt's at 17 tons? God damn. That's releasing polluted oxygen. That's not good. Alright, so there's a couple of spots that we're growing reed fiber that's not that big of a deal. We're pumping out pea water from there, clean water from here. There's no germs? Wait, what happened to the germs? The shine bug was hanging out and bopped all the zombie spores. Yo, what a stud. This shine bug emits radiation. It's the only thing in this area that emits radiation. I guess he was hanging out around here a little bit too long. Shine bug is honestly one of the best changes in Spaced Out. They are a moving germ purifying source. It's amazing. I was not expecting that, man. All right, so now that means we could open up the water on the side to spill in and then use it. Let's go. All right, we want to keep this water for later. We're pitcher pumping this pea water eventually. This is nice and cold though. Get the natty gas. The polluted oxygen don't matter. Long as we get the natty gas. And we're good. Stop the wheel. Stop the battery. Alright, so this is done. We could bop everything here. Everything here. All the gas is in. Dump it. We have it in a canister. We dump everything here out as well. We get to remove all this. Good stuff. Not bad, not bad. Now we can start working on this. I'm gonna use obsidian here because I can. And we're gonna try to keep this as polluted brine on top of the fissure. Mainly because we don't have that much use for polluted brine and I don't want to filter it. It's gonna be kind of annoying. Oh, he's trying to bop these guys over here too. He's losing though. The spore kits are winning. 4 million, 8 million germs. He's trying, man. He really is. Okay, we need to continue making refined carbon. We're feeding that to the pin pokies right here. That's our diamond source. Diamonds are forever. Looking great. This is good. All right, so 1, 2. They're using suits to go inside now. We are going to want to have a couple of bottle drainers here. This is a little bit excessive, but you know, it's pretty good. That might be why nothing's getting filled up anymore. We just might not have water. That's kind of crazy. We out of water, fam. Which means pumping here might make sense again. It's just I don't have power, or I don't want to devote power to here. Nah, I mean, we should, though. All right, pitcher pump. No, liquid pump. And then we're going to run mesh, 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 mesh. We're going to manual gen this like a barbarian. Realistically, we should do it like this. So that later deconstructing the wire is not going to be a pain. So we're going to pump into here. This is already ready to sieve, so we're just going to sieve out some water. Because we're just going to need more regular water in general. We don't really need the ethanol anymore. So I'm considering whether or not I should allow that to be pumped in. Yeah, I'm just going to turn this off. Rex egg. Nah, we good. Wait. Is that part of Critter Whisperer? Soft launch. Rex is not on here. Cool. Alright, we don't need it then. Okay. This is gonna be water. 7 autopilot. There is literally no water anywhere though. It's literally all down here. It's so sad. We're gonna deconstruct all of that because we can. I made everything here out of steel. Wow, I made steel wires. I'm balling. Y'all ever have so much steel that you're like, I'm just gonna make steel wires out of this? That's balling, yo. Not even mad. All right, there's gonna be steel here that they're gonna be able to grab later. Same with the natty gas. No, the mesh tiles are zinc. Not that baller. It was mid-tier. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could go to Starbucks, but I drive a Kia still. We're not in the territory where we ride a Range Rover and buy gas every day. That's a different type of wealth. You get 2 miles per gallon on that Range Rover, dude. Yeah, we're low on that oxygen. We really need this. I guess we could grab... yeah, we should probably just grab this polluted water. I mean, grab this water right there. It is what it is. All right, let's dig through. Let that spill out. It's going to go to the pump. We're going to be able to pump that out. Let's also clean this up. Dude, man. No one wants to do the rat bolts. Oh, they can't. They can't grab the uranium right now. Oh, yeah. They really do be like that right now. Oh, we can do the thing. We can do the thing, boys. No, we can't. I lied. I mean, we're getting water here, though. Copy paste. Let's go. Let's get some pitcher pumped. Get some water. There was 3,000 kgs here, right? Am I crazy? Made a mess? You don't know how to swim. Can you dig that? Can you dig that? Harold, man, stop trolling. Dude, you can't dig that. Okay. All right, man, we help you out. What's down here? Mineral. Igneous. Save yourself. How'd you even get down here, dude? If you couldn't swim. Dupes find the best ways for a one-way entry. Alright, man, get out of here, man. You peed your pants. We're not in kindergarten, man. That's not cool anymore. Polluted water. he fell decawning mesh tiles. That's yeah, that happens. Do some nice to you over there. Welcome in. Ever in a situation where you in a very ad hoc power setup, and instead of making simple consolidation in one spot, you instead start a 100 cycle long project, make a super power plant, and suffer all the while? That's exactly what we did. I didn't have power to power my food storage, and I wanted to make a future-proof power setup that would last us the remainder of the game. And as a result, I had to kill 5 fish every cycle so that the fish would never rot. And we had to slowly do that every day. Oh, someone's starving. I gotta click on 5 fish and then they cook it. I feel you with that, man. They don't think it'd be like, oh, you peed in the ocean. Ah, dude. Oh, and it's getting in the turbine. No, it's not. Okay. God damn it, dude. I guess it really do be like that sometimes. So we're gonna bop this tile. Build the mesh tile right there. God damn it. I need to clean up this little pea water. God damn it. I didn't realize that was gonna happen. Nah, he was not supposed to make a mess. He was not supposed to get stuck. That was not supposed to happen. They don't think it be like it is, man. But it do. We're gonna release even more pea water. And we're gonna do the strat. Oh, what is happening? Salt water's spilling in. Raindrops keep falling on my head. But that doesn't mean that still be turning red. Na 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 na. Goddamn, dude. So many problems. There we go. Keep mopping, boys. Keep on mopping. We're gonna release some more. I'm gonna get some water on top of that. Mop the pee, dude. I can't believe he done peed the tank. Cycle 300, man. Still happening. And no one's mopping up the pee. That's a crazy thing. What? There we go. Major English 4-year, boys. Coming in with the 48 months. Thank you so much, Major English. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote as ad viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. What's good, Major English? Hello. How are you, dude? We may want to trim out some more. Thank you so much for the 4 years, man. If you guys don't know Major English, we played basketball together, man. Back in high school. He told me that his favorite moment of playing together the other day was that one time we won a really close game and he got to hug the coach. And the crazy thing was, I was like, I don't remember that game, dude. Did you score a lot? And he's like, no, man, I didn't even get any minutes. So he didn't even get to play. But that was his favorite memory. I was like, that's crazy, man. How was your favorite memory hugging the coach? And then he told me, he's like, don't you remember? Our coach was the lady coach. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. She was, for lack of better words, well endowed. And that's when I realized Major English was, you know, he was a enjoyer of the well endowment. I see you over there, Major English. Dude, this pea water does not want to... Okay, it's pushing out. It's pushing out. Up there, though, kind of sucked. Yeah, man. It started to make sense. I remember our senior year, he would be like, hey, man, we're going to Hooters. I was like, oh, dude, you're always going to get some chicken wings, huh? And then he kept saying he enjoys the white meat. I was like, he's getting chicken breasts? And I didn't understand at the time what he was really saying. My man likes eating chicken breast. I'm like, there's no flavor, man. It's all about the drumsticks. Charlie Kelly, man, have you ever seen that video where it was like how it's like to work in IT, and it's a restaurant, and what happens is that there's a waitress comes in and says, hey, we have an order for a omelet, no eggs. And the chef reads it. He's like, what are you even talking about? And then he's like, come here. And he talks to the waitress. He's like, you right there. What is this? He goes, that's a plate. He goes, no. He comes back and puts a little bit of garnish on it and goes, tell me again what this is. And he goes, it's a plate. He goes, no, this is an eggless omelet. How can you have an omelet with no eggs? And he was frustrated. Right? Because it's like, you can't do this. Like, this is, what are you talking about? And then what ends up happening is that another chef comes in who's a lot more calm and goes, don't think about this. Go back outside and ask him if he wants his omelet with only egg whites. So it's like apparently the story was supposed to be like, this is how it is to work in IT all the time. Was kind of like I guess the joke there. But it's like, that's what that reminded me of when you said that, Charlie Kelly. Gotta add the channel port reward. That's true. YCK man. I got to the point where I feel like telling those stories is just kind of fun sometimes. Note that these stories are false, but also funny. Dude, man. We're trying to level up the storytelling game. I feel like that at times. Sometimes we gotta tell the good stories. Alright, man. We're slowly trying to mop up the pea water that floats to the top. This is such a struggle when this is inhaling the water and exhaling. I feel like that once we have enough water here from this village, all the pea water is just going to be up top. It's going to make this a lot easier. We'll remove some of the tiles there, get some more surface area. True. You make my life more interesting than it really is. Hey man. What's that? What's that saying that goes like, life is a lot of times stranger than fiction? Like, you can't make this shit up. It's just life will do that to you sometimes. Damn, the worst part about this is the fact that we have suits here, so I can't mop any of the stuff up because it's kind of in the way. What we could probably do is like build a tile there and try to stop it from pushing out to the right side. And then we want to clean up the mopping. All right, put this on the highest priorities. Once we get enough water here, we're going to be able to get some more oxygen for the suits. And then we're going to be in a better situation. All right, so mopping is 3 tiles wide, which is why we're mopping this and hitting the other tiles. Kind of nice. Okay, so we do have to bop that Starnacle. And we could start bopping these tiles. The goal is going to be to, like, push the pea water out. Hey, man, that does happen. Sometimes, you know, it's a little long and hangs to the left. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, we're probably going to want to do the same thing on this side. And then delete that, delete that. Don't pee in salt water. No, what happened was that this broke due to pressure damage. And then this connected the pools of water from the bottom and the top. And then what happened was that salt water is actually heavier than every other liquid here. So the regular water and polluted water floated up. We have a bubble of clean water here still. And then the polluted water floated to the top. I ended up having to put an airflow towel there to stop the pressure damage. But that's basically what happened. And then I dug out some space down below, which is why we have a gap here now. And then we're also pumping out the liquids from down here. And then to answer your question, yes. Someone peed the tank. I can't believe they done this. Someone did actually pee the tank. I wanted to save face. I was like, nah, that never happened. Couldn't be me. I got 10,000 hours in this game. And I'm still having dupes pee the tank. Shame. Shame. It's like Game of Thrones. Got that nun walking down the street. Shame. He did what? Shame. Ah, shit. 7,500. Okay. Let's continue. Let him work. Okay, now this is weird. It's pushing out, but not really at the same time. Alright, we could deconstruct the rest here. There's nothing underneath. And then this is gonna allow us to have more space for the salt water to push up. I want this to be pushed up though, man. 30 grams. No, this inhaled the pea water. Oh, travesty. Dude, man, they heard it was open bar by the pool. And, you know, this is what happens, man. Even the adults just start peeing in the water tank. Like it's nobody business. You would think they would know better because they adults, but nah. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright. We gotta bomb that tile. We want to mop this up still. Nice. Alright. Adults are just tall children. It's so true, dude. It really is. Alright, we need to build this before it sinks down. God damn it. Not everyone is tall, dude. Feels bad. You know, back in the days, there was a stigma for calling people short. So when people were short and you called them short, they would get mad. So, you know, we started making stuff up. So me and the homies would used to say, oh man, he real close to the ground. And sometimes they wouldn't understand what we're saying. But it was kind of messed up in that sense. Like, yo man, they real close to the ground, yo. God damn. What's going on, D-Mayor? Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I see you over there. How the Satisfactory runs, man. Alright, we could open this up. We got the droplet of pea water. Sailor Mom, hello. Welcome in. If you guys don't know Sailor Mom, she is the mother of Major English. And her name is Sailor Mom because one time when Major English stayed over at the crib because we was trying to play some Halo, Sailor Mom came by and started cussing him out. I was like, damn, your mom cussed like a sailor. And she goes, yep, that's her, all right. And then from that day, the internet came out the day after, and she was like, oh, I'm gonna use that. That's gonna be my name. I'm gonna be the sailor that's also a mom. You know, they don't think it be like it is, man. The name's stuck. Now it's the moniker of choice. We're in a phase 4. It's got turbo motors going. Nice. You playing the default settings? Man, that playthrough that we did on stream, man, feels bad, dude. What happened was with that is I got none of the achievement from doing that. Feels so sad. Who peed in the pool? Troy did. Engineer Troy. He got down here. Somehow didn't know how to swim. So he peed his pants. And then when he went out, he unloaded his suit. And it spilled it. And I was like, God damn it. God damn it. And I'm still unable to do this. What a struggle. Alright, let's do a little bit more saltwater spillage. Let's get some more salt water up in this. I am determined. There's no more pea water, right? Yeah, I am determined to properly do this. All right, so we can't build mesh on the building. So we build it on the P, because when it pushes up, we can mop it. Oh, damn. The stars are aligning, boys. We're getting there. And it's gone. Ah, short-lived. So sad. And it moves over. Oh, dude, all right, we build another one. DJ Khaled. Another one. Come on, you guys got this. All right, we're spilling out more salt water, so it would work. Priority 9 moppage. Come on. Come on, someone do it. Oh, we're good. And then the check. No pea water in the turbine. Let's go. Finally, boys. After 18 long years, we have survived. Oh, dude, we got the waters. Let's go. Copy paste. All right, next thing we got to do is double mesh. And we add in the oxygen. We're going to remove at least 2 and get one of the flue coral set up. Add in the pipeline. Coming in. Let's go. Coming in with the coquina. How do you pronounce this? Coquina? I don't know how else you would pronounce this. That's the drywall back here. I feel like I'm saying it wrong, but at the same time, not really. It's Spanish origin. I don't know any Spanish words with Q. Quixote. Is that Quixote? You hit him with a Don Quixote. Water level is high now. Okay, we're good. I still don't know how to really properly pronounce it though. All right, we need a wild beacon that hasn't laid an egg yet. That one looks good. We're struggling for that O2, man. We need it. So the reason why we have a mesh here is because we want the water tank to be shared, and then we need to limit the movement of the beacon. The problem with the beacon is that it doesn't have enough range to keep all 4 running unless it's directly in the middle. So we're gonna have 1 on each side so that it's all 4 is constantly able to run. Gotta have the strats. Corals are so good. I mean, it's only if you're running beacons though. Beacons are so good, but that's only if you're running corals though. They got that symbolic relationship. Really do be like that sometimes. All right, so that's gonna help out with a lot of our suit oxygen that we're struggling to get a little bit of. I was curious myself. If you remind me, look it up. Kakina? Kakina. There's Ka? Cuz. Ka? What up, Ka? That's not it, right? Hold up. They need to have an accent mark on the O's, dude. I'm calling this Kakina, dude. Every time. I feel like that's right, dude. Hit him with the cockinas. I'm gonna start using that in like normal speak. Oh, dude, he hit him in the cockinas. What's that? Oh, that's a material. That's a mineral in oxygen not included. It's a video game I play. They have a mineral called coquina. Yeah, man. How do you spell it? C-O-Q-U-I-N-A. It means shellfish in Spanish. Wow. I don't know how to say shellfish in Spanish. I'm realizing that. I'm like, I don't even know how to say that. Okay. I thought it was like... This is probably very, like, bad for me to say. Oh, I bopped the power line. God damn it. Alright, this is not connected. Let's get a priority on this. We'll take that. A little bit of oxygen from this. Cool, cool. Dude, Scrabble is dank. I did not realize how do I say this? I didn't know there was a competitive side to Scrabble. Apparently they have something like Scrabble World Championships and stuff like that. And it's like super... Like there's a scene there, dude. Have you guys seen that? Like there's a lot of strategy. And then it's like, you gotta use your words well. And then it's like, there's certain things when you're building a word to make it harder for your other opponent to play with. And it's like, they have their own little like esports scene. It's kind of impressive, not gonna lie. All right, we're gonna release a little bit more water. Oxygen is looking sparse today. It's getting there, though. It's getting there. All right, we are going to help out. We're going to have this release the remainder amount in the tanks. This is going to allow this to accumulate because it's going to start to back up. And then hopefully help us out. It's not backing up that much. No, it's backing up a lot more now. There we go. Yes. As long as we keep this fed. And then we could do an additional backup for the bottom. That's not a bad idea. We have extra suit oxygen right here that we could start dumping. It also doesn't help that we have this. I should probably disconnect that. We have printables. Bonbons. I used to think that was chocolate. Oh, dude. How'd you get stuck over here? This is like Scrubs. You might be wondering how I got into this situation. This little pip went underwater. He's chilling though, he's chilling. I probably do want to create some more tile space. We'll dig that a little bit, lower the water level down a little bit. They can. You just have to not have water there, plant it, and then add the water in afterwards. You could do both the wall plants if you know how to do it. It's really weird. Basically, each wall plant has an anchor. Because this is a 2x2, right? And it's a wall hanging plant. If you want to build this, you basically have to have I'm not sure if the back wall has to be natural. But you would basically, if you want to build in that, put 2 tiles here. Make the pip plant on this tile with the starnicle seed. And if he does it, you're able to wall plant the starnicle. And then it's basically the same planting rules otherwise. It's not going to be, you know, growing. It's going to be shriveled up. Like this. And then you could add in water afterwards. You could use built back wall. Oh, the ground that he's planning on has to be natural tile wall. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of limited in where you could build. You need a combination of a natural back wall and natural tile there. It works though. It's just... I don't know if you want to say it's a lot of moving parts, but it is kind of a hassle. Alright, so we're getting water now, right? Yep, that happens, man. It gets the best of us. Alright, since we're going to the left side a lot, we're going to do an additional setup here. Just to help this out a little bit. This is going to be kind of weird, but it should work. That way when we polluted... Oh yeah, it was someone peed on the ground earlier. That's right. Alright, we do that, we do that. There we go. So now the bridge makes it so that this could be used properly. The intake and intake is the same, so that doesn't change the pipeline logic. But then this creates a new pipeline that we could run priority on a gas tank, which is this. 61 kgs. That way we get a little bit of help. Because we need some milk, dude. God damn. We gotta move that in. Also, wouldn't mind pumping out some polluted oxygen again. And the CO2. I'm gonna leave that be. There's oxygen in here we could pull out. It's not a lot. And then we have these suits too. It allows us to basically recycle our oxygen a little bit better. Look at that. And then our suits are going to be filled. More dupes are going to be able to go down to the bottom left and actually start working here. We're going to be able to grab the uranium we need for the research. We are drastically in need of this. This is priority 9, but no one could go down there. So it's like kind of a problem. This is starting release. We're up to 2,000. The non-stop pumpage of this. Man, we're using suits a lot, man. Which kind of makes sense why our ambient temperature is kind of being maintained. That being said, we're back up to 21 tons of polluted dirt. I'm thinking about making another one of these. So we could go back to processing the pea dirt. At the same time, it's not really a big deal. Gonna mob up the pea water so we could use that. We never got a mutated seed from the bog bucket today. That's very unfortunate. Alright, alright. Gotta let them work. So we got this wall. We want to build this wall. And we will want to probably liquid log on right side. Left side actually makes more sense, to be honest. And then it's 6 by 11. So here, we could probably build that. And to prevent the liquid from spilling in, we're just going to put another tile outside of this. Little tile there. We know this is going to come straight down. And then we're going to need the liquid log on the side. So here, 2 tile gap. So we could try to build that out first. Middle setup. Yeah. And then it would make sense to build these tiles to push the water out. All right, now that we have this ladder set here too, we are probably incentivized to start digging everything else. And just swimming down here. Drain to the bottom, dig out the bottom resource. We want to lower the water level effectively. There's also this that I feel like I shouldn't actually worry about. Whatever touches it is just gonna warm up a little bit, but it's not gonna be too bad. Like, we could dig this. We could dig that. Dig that as well. We'll let the hydrogen out, sure. It's gonna get rapidly chilled. I guess there is water there. Alright, free the squid. There's some pin pokies there. These guys are probably gonna die because it's gonna be way too cold for them. Nice, nice. Could build that there. So dupes that don't know how to dig, don't know how to swim, are gonna have a bad time here. I'm hoping everyone knows how to swim though. Yeah, they can. Okay, cool. Alright. Since everyone knows how to swim, we're just gonna dig everything here. Okay. Anything that's resource, not abyssalite. It's going to create space for us to have the water level drop while we're pumping out the stuff. We're going to push some space out as well. A little more than that. We still got to build this out. Still got to build that out. O2's coming in. CO2 has jammed. 12 kgs of oxygen. That's not too bad. 5-5. Let's go. We want to see this value stack up until it hits the ceiling. That being said, we're back to the outside. Let's do a little bit of trimming here. We probably do want to release all this gas. CO2, hydrogen, we're not going to need it. Capturing it's probably going to be more of a pain than it is going to be nice. And this is going to be a little bit of reactor prep. We're going to need to build the reactor in this area. So we're just going to make sure that it's a little bit clear. Deconstruct this stuff. I might want to get demolition to remove the light fixtures. And didn't get stuck. Let's go. Do another layer. Demolition. No one has build skill. And I guess it is one of those skills that you don't really need in this game. But it really do be like that sometimes. Alright, we are... Oh, this is not even running. So we just have too much power. Yo, what in the world is going on? Clay Entertainment coming in with the raid. Hacking Clay? Who would have thought? Shout out to Clay Entertainment. Thank you so much for making some Oxygen Unincluded games. The most recent DLC, the Aquatic Planet Pack, has been awesome. Shout out to you guys for making such an awesome game. Of course, welcome in Harry Paul Zach. What a name. Misunderstood Maniac. Hello. How are you guys doing, man? Vister, my Mr. Oh, Oni shout out. Sick game. Yeah, man. We're playing some Oni right now. We're doing somewhat of a guided all achievement aquatic start run. And we're on pretty good pace right now. We already did the big three, which is the carnivore, locavore, super sustainable. So everything else is a matter of time, and we're going to be working towards that right now. Otherwise, did some space scanning. We were going to be prepping and digging out a space for our research reactor that we're going to be working on eventually once we get the tech. We are currently trying to set up a clam setup that's going to be able to feed these sea queens. But I'm missing some technology for that as well, so we're just trying to do that. Trying to tap some thermal fissures at the bottom of the map down here. We have one tapped, but it's not enough natural gas for us to really run power. Though we are supplementing that with a little bit of running ethanol on a petroleum gen. But for the most part, we are chilling. We have permanent food storage, where we have both food that's waiting to be cooked and cooked food waiting to be eaten. We have the AQ cooling line to sustain that, the power plant to sustain that, a couple of farms, a little bit of automation, ranching all the fish. They shine bright like a diamond. That's a lot of light. And then for the most part, we're doing pretty good. Doing a lot of stuff to make sure the dupes have a good life. Making sure the stress is not too bad. and doing a lot of maintenance around the map. A lot of travel, though. A lot of the things that we're doing is at the bottom of the map, which is pretty far. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Sugar Parade, welcome in. And of course, my name is Too Legit, you guys. We do a lot of colony management games. Right now, Oni is our main game. And we are looking for a second game to play more regularly. Right now, we're rotating between games like Path of Exile, Power World. Enshrouded is going to drop a 1.0. We're probably going to check that out. And for the most part, guys, my name is Too Legit City, but I don't play city builders because all the city builder games have not been too good. So if you guys have a good city builder game to recommend me, man, let me know. How are thou? We're doing all right. You know, there's a heat wave going on, so we're just trying to stay cool. Got the air running, so it's like it's all right. But it's like, even with the AC, my room is 90 degrees. It's just really hot. So stay cool, stay hydrated, doing the best we can. But, you know, it's a chill time with the dudes, though. A lot of things under control. If there's anything going on in the game that you guys have questions about, just point it out, and I'll do my best to explain. But this is an all-achievement run on normal difficulty. And one of the big achievements we're going to want to do is something called Mine the Gap. And that's going to take a while, so it's going to be pretty bad. Condolences about the heat wave. It's cold over here. Dude, I love the cold. I don't do a lot of, like, winter sports. I just like cold weather. It's like the idea that you could warm up just by putting on an extra sweater, sweatpants, whatever it might be, is just so much better than it's so hot that you could be wearing like no t-shirt and it's still really hot and you're all sweaty. Like, that's just a bad time. And it's like, what can you really do at that point, right? So to me, it's like cold environments are the best. It's cold over here and foggy by the ocean, 40°C water, cold water ocean. That's what, Argentina? South America? You're in the Pacific somewhere. Western side of South America. Closer to north. You're Canada. Yeah, you're Canada then. Because I was immediately thinking along the southern tip of South America, where you're right by, you know, Antarctica and all that. Oh, you're in Cali. No way, I'm in Cali, and it's hot, dude. You must be like NorCal, where it's like really cold. I see you guys over there. I remember as a kid, Dan did Would You Rather. He said, I would rather be cold because you could always put more layers on, but you can't take off your skin. Yep, it's the truth, man. That's how I feel about it as well. That's 100% real. You could easily remove layers. I mean, add layers, but removing it is hard. It's tough, man. Even NorCal is hot. I thought so too. I guess, I mean, that's that. You could still go north of that. I do think, though, that if you're closer along the edge of the border, that this makes a lot more sense. And it is always going to be cooler by the ocean. That's true. So I'm thinking that, like, you might be closer to, like, Oregon than you are closer to SoCal. I feel like... Oh, no, bro. Oh, the water got released. Oh, no. Ah, we have to mop this up again. Oh, man. All right, we are We're just gonna believe that all the water is gonna get moved here. Oh man. Glass Beach. I can't say I've heard of that place. Either way though, I'm jealous. I am jealous. Cool weather is always so nice. Oh man, now that we have oxygen here and the suits are getting charged up, we could actually go do the stuff down here. Nice. Grab the uranium. Let's go. What's going on, Evie Hank? Welcome in. I see you over there. Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. So, of course, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Hope the week is going well. Hope the week is going great. Doing good here. Awesome, dude. Good stuff, good stuff. We're going to do another controlled spill eventually. Releasing the CO2. Let's go. We do want to continue with trim this area down. Wednesday's the best day. Better than Friday? Really? There's got to be a reasoning for that. Are you a fan of Wednesday Addams or something? My god, see someone who knows what they're doing and only feels like complex math is being solved? Yeah, man, I know my calculus, dude. It says you plus me equals us. So welcome to the city. Any Oni questions, man, you know where to direct them. You played the F out of this game, right? What gets you back again and again? I enjoy colony management games, just kind of in general. So things like RimWorld, you know, where you're leading the way, but you're not in direct control. So there's like a priority system for the dupes to kind of self-manage. And if that game is done well, and there's a good balance of like RNG, I enjoy the gameplay loop. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might consider playing something like RimWorld, things like that. The RNG balance is a little bit too much for me, where you could like lose pretty hard. This game has a nice sweet spot balance. I enjoy the gameplay loop, like I said. And then, of course, the big thing is that the game has... How do I compare this? Most video games is like a kiddie pool. If you look into the pool, you can't really see how much depth there is. This is like a full-size diver's pool in how deep the game could go. There's a lot of mechanics you have to utilize. There's a lot of aspects of the game. And while you could kind of breeze through the game, given how it's not something that's causing problems, more so that it's just giving you ways to solve the problem, which is, I think, a good thing to do. Because one of the things that a lot of early access games in general, and it's kind of bad to compare this to early access game, is that they give you something to do, but there's only one way to solve it. And sometimes they never really grow out of that. And I don't like that about video games. Having the options in and of itself is really what's awesome. And Oni does a really good job doing that. So even though the gameplay loop's the same, starting on the different planet means how you approach things are different, right? Someone's starving? This gotta be a lie. Oh, he's pooping. Classic. You know how it is, man. The dupes. So, like, in most gameplay, you would see that, oh yeah, we're running electrolyzers. Up and in the water, making that SPOM setup. We don't use that in this run. We're using the flu corral, which is new, right? And this has been carrying us pretty well. We've basically solved the loop, per se, because the flu corral requires lime and then salt water, which we have an ocean, so not really too worried about that. And then the thing about that is it also requires a light source. Guess what? The light source that we have is a beacon. That's a fish. Swims in the water, and the plant needs to be submerged. Perfect. Upside with that, these guys poop out lime. So that fertilizes the plant. That is basically the loop right there. So on top of that, we have a beacon farm to get the lime. And then that doubles as a food source. So we're eating a lot of cooked seafood, sushi. So it's like, once you figure out that the game has that design in place where there's a gameplay loop, but also a resource loop, you could, you know, wrap your head around it a lot easier. But for the most part, yeah, man, optionality in the game makes it kind of nice. And then on top of that, I enjoy the gameplay loop. And then they've been pretty regularly coming out with DLC content, man. This DLC, the Aquatic Planet Pack, came out, what, 6 months ago? This game is, what, 7, 8 years old? So it's like, you know, it's not like the game's not being added content to. And I play with like 3 mods. So the game is pretty much a vanilla. But yeah, enjoy the game, man. Not entirely. I also like Mondays. Oh, misunderstood. Isn't Monday the name of a VTuber? I see you over there. Did you play Dwarf Fortress? I've never played that. It was one of those games that I never got into since I didn't play when I was younger. I'm a strange for liking Mondays and Wednesdays, I know. Oh, you don't know the VTuber? Yeah, there's a VTuber whose name in Japanese, when you say it, like when they say their English name, it sounds like Monday or something, and then people started calling her Monday. Game throws you head in. It's fun though. Hey man, I always complain about the same thing. Don't get me upgrades, give me side grades, let me choose, let me experiment. Yeah, that's why it's actually really nice. For someone who understands basic gameplay but never gets really far, would you say this is the are the best first goals to reach? This game, it's always getting what's called initial stability. That's actually something that you would say is standard across all games of this genre. So whether or not you're playing this game, right, has a priority system, you're playing RimWorld, you're playing Timberborn, any of those games that are in this genre, the starting point is always the same: initial stabilization. So that's a sign of a good game and a bad game. A good game will start you off with initial stabilization as an immediate goal, because that's just the nature of the game. You're not given a lot and you have to make do with what you have. You have to start utilizing the resources around wherever you start at your base. And then from there, you want to make sure you provide whatever the game requires you to provide. So in games like Oni, you got to get food, calories, and then oxygen, right? Breathability, so to speak. And once you get those two things, you have some small things like, you know, using the toilet, maybe a bed, a place to eat, you know? And that's going to be the same for every game. RimWorld, you got to get rooms, food. If they eat without a table, they're going to, you know, break. Timberborn, getting food and housing so that their happiness is positive, right? So all that is going to be the same. And funny enough, I know a good chunk of people that have thousands of hours in this game that never get the space and launch a rocket because they enjoy the base management, kind of just initial survivability standpoint. Because across every game in this genre, that's always going to be the goal. Can you survive as long as you can? And that, a lot of the times, you know, you don't have to do too much. It's a lot of really basic things. And some people might complain, oh yeah, use the oxygen diffuser, but once you run out of algae, you lose. And then it's like, no, you don't. You just have to pivot to more advanced ways of generating it. And that's where the layers start piling in for Oni. Like, you could grow mealwood, right? But eventually you're going to run out of dirt. So that's either going to force you to grow pips and start getting trees. Where's my trees at? Oh no, they chop the trees. Start growing trees. And then they eat the branches for dirt. And then the pips poop out dirt from eating the branches, right? So you have to start ranching pips. You could run out of dirt. Yeah, you can, man. You very much can. And then it's like, once you start looking into the resource loop in the database right here, it's like, okay, mealwood requires dirt to fertilize, right? So I'll click on dirt and it's like, how do I make dirt? I could cook these resources, but none of these are really stable anyways. And then you finally see that you get, where are you? The pip. He could eat these foods, which are trees that grow and then, you know, poop out dirt. At that point, you're going to be like, how do I make him do that? And then you start realizing there's like a ranching aspect to the game, room size, how much food they need to eat, and then you got to start ranching. Whether you want to start it with slugs or fish or pips. And then that's kind of how you kind of spiral into the rabbit hole. You get your initial stability, and then you want to improve from that. So something that's going to last forever, so to speak. And then the funny thing is that once you hit that stability, kind of like where we're at right now, where we have food and perfect food storage for filling both deep freeze and sterile atmosphere. So we have no decay. And you're able to provide food somewhat indefinitely. We're basically doing these plants to get the phosphorite for these guys to eat. And then they also provide light for an oxygen source. You get into the sweet spot where you feel like you can't lose. Funny thing is that in this game, you could still lose. There is like a creeping snowball effect with the heat generation in this game that if you're not managing it, you know, like you could basically run the aqua tuner not in water, not in steam with a turbine, and then it's just going to heat up the map. You could just open drop metal, the output for making steel, because it's going to heat it up by 56 degrees Celsius, and let that heat up the map too. And once the map gets too hot, the plants start dying. That means food stops growing. And then you start getting into this really rapid kind of descent into loss. And then that forces you to learn how to manage heat. Right? It's one of those things where you always have something to do. And then we were talking about this earlier. Maybe it's because I have ADHD, but like part of that is kind of the fun. But yeah, you want to get the basics across any game playing for the first time. It's always about getting the initial survival and providing what you need to do, right? Just to reiterate my points. And then from there, you kind of just naturally, from just playing the game, start getting curious. And that's actually, you know, where you look at the clock and you're like, oh man, what time is it? Oh, dude, I got work in 3 hours. And it's like, I can't even go to sleep. Start making coffee. And you're like, well, I'm just going to be like a little bit dead tomorrow, but it is what it is. Yeah, you just kind of get there, water, try to get oxygen, but then I figure out where I lose my dupes. Yep. This game, though, I will say, the initial gameplay loop is really fun, and I would say is the best part of the game, like the very beginning. And it's one of those things where I don't feel bad restarting. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes when you're playing a game, you lose, you have to reset, and it's like, oh man, I don't want to reset. I just have to do all this stuff again. And Oni, it feels like it's not that bad. The initial gameplay is very hands-on compared to later on right now, where I could just talk with you guys and hang out, and they're handling everything, right? And it's that's where a lot of the fun is, funny enough. Why do you lose your dupes? I have 20 hours, 40 hours, never made it to the service. You don't have to. But I will say that I have thousands of hours in this game. So, like, I kind of know the ins and outs of it. Remind yourself. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. It is what it is, and it's worth it. Oh, I love the gameplay loop. I remember I got the free play weekend, played 3 hours, and you had to buy it. And dude, man, it's good stuff. I will say, though, that if you are learning the game, playing the classic base game might be the best to kind of learn. Because one of the things that you may run into is that if you do get the DLCs and you're playing on the DLC spaced out size, right? That's the major DLC that you will want to get. is that since the map is a lot smaller, you don't get that much leeway to kind of go at your own pace. The DLC spaced out kind of assumes that you've played the base game and you know kind of like the progression, right? Going from, you know, the default oxygen diffuser, go into the electrolyzer, and then you gotta get the, you know, aqua tuner steam turbine combo. If you know all that, that's kind of like, oh yeah, that's just how you're supposed to do it. And as a result, you're able to have success, or, you know, it's pretty easy to find. The thing with that is that new players are not going to do as well with a small map size, algae running out at cycle 100, right? Because in base game, the map is so big that if you know that you need to explore outside of the starter area to harvest resources, you could survive like 400 or 500 cycles using literally the starter oxygen generation with the algae. And because of that, while I would say the gameplay is relatively the same, especially early game, it's a lot more of a like race against the clock. So I would say that playing just the base game, no DLCs on the classic map, because it's a larger map, would be a good way to learn. I don't have DLCs, but the one that interests me is the prehistoric one because it looks cool. Oh, dude. That one is cool, but I would recommend having a decent understanding of stabilizing, and then also being able to do some of the pod objectives, if not all of it, and then get into the prehistoric DLC. Because the dinosaur DLC is good, but it's only gonna be as good as I would make it seem, because of the additional kind of like challenge it gives you. So the dinosaur DLC adds an objective where you kind of relive the life of the dinosaur, and there's a giant meteor that's hitting the planet. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you don't know what to expect with a giant meteor, you're not really going to know what your options are in order to properly prepare for it. And it's like, oh no, dude, we got hit by the meteor and we lost. But yeah, the dinosaur DLC is you be a dinosaur. Yeah, hopefully you don't be a dinosaur though, because they just waited for the meteor to hit them in the face. And then now we have chickens. It'll be like that sometimes, man. I think it's fine the game pressures you to advance. It is, but it's like, if you want to have success on your first run, because some people are kind of like that, where if they lose, they're a little bit discouraged. But there's enough leeway in the base game, classic size game, where they could succeed on their first run because they have that much more leeway to kind of find success. Going off the planet's different kind of that is too. The multiple bases is a little bit tough to kind of get used to. I only heard pass, you be a dinosaur. You be a dinosaur, man. The meteor's gonna come get you. So you gotta watch out for that, man. But it's fun. I like that demolier challenge. The upside for it was really nice. There was a lot of good stuff. Oh, this got built. Let's go. Yeah. Build this out. This is gonna allow us to do these two. We're gonna build these out. We could dig this, remove that. We're gonna finish tapping that. We gotta build out the pipeline, gas line here. This is almost done. But yeah, man, as you guys can probably tell, a lot of hours in the game. There's a lot of things that I probably assume is common knowledge, but isn't. So if there's anything weird going on, let me know. But yeah, I am very much an Oni enjoyer. Hopefully you guys could understand where I'm coming from. But I just like the game, man. It's good times. Oh, we're running the wheel? Oh, we pump in the water. Let's go. All right, so we get to filter the water too. I guess we don't need to do that as much now that we have the water here. We're still filling this up, and then we're still filling that up as well. Still trying to clean up some of the salt water from there, and I do want to release some of it to the bottom. Though once we do have this, I'm going to do some oil shenanigans. That's going to be pretty dank, but it should work out pretty well. So, oil. Oh, my list is too long. Oh, it's all there, all 5 kgs. All right, we're gonna do a oil spread real fast. Try to prioritize both of these. There is a little baby, looking good. 40 kilograms of oxygen, going really well. And then our reservoirs are going to be empty soon, so we are not going to be able to do that, which is fine. I do want to change up that pump, but it's not that big of a deal. This should be fine to leave as is. A lot of dirt still. No one's idle either, so we are working pretty well here. All right, so there is going to be one thing that's going to be kind of weird. I want to keep this ocean here. I do. But part of me thinks that I shouldn't have suits here. And I'm looking at this. There's no area that's like extremely hot, so dupes could survive in areas up to 69 degrees Celsius. So there's a couple of spots here that might get burned, but if we don't open up this 95C heat source, it's not going to be too bad. I guess if anything, it might be these marine drill rooms might be a little hot, but I should have no need for suits. Dupes have a weird kind of like AI where their pathing is a little bit compromised when they're swimming with the suit on. Since there's like a penalty for swimming with the suit, they want to land on the floor and run as soon as they can. So instead of going diagonally to this tile, they will go straight down, straight down, straight down, straight down, straight down, and then climb up. Whereas a dupe without a suit will just swim diagonally to the spot. A little bit unfortunate. That is what it is, though. Okay, we got this done. We're gonna empty this, and then we're gonna mop it up so that we get a small bottle. We need just a little bit of oil. Just a little bit. And also, this oil that we got right here was the oil we got for free that's on this printing pod. You know what? That being said, I kind of want to do this. There's no rockets outside, right? All right, Frankie, my man. We're going to go on an adventure. You hear, Frankie? Oh, dude, the toilet's unclean. Feels bad. All right, so we have an achievement where we need to go into the oil biome. This is probably the best spot to go. So 3, 3, 3. 3, 3. Like that. Oh, he's cleaning. All right, man, we'll let him clean. He's being diligent. He's going to be able to go down, and we want to go into the biome just for the achievement. So that's probably... There are some confined Sweetles on the side. So we could open that for them. Go down this way. Hopefully that gives us the achievement. Oh, ha. We gotta do that. That's fine. We're not stuck, are we? There we go. You guys ever heard the thing where it was like, we don't know what color dinosaurs are? That while we do see their fossils and bone structures and all that, we don't actually have a way of determining what color they do be. Alright, man, you guys are free, except for this guy. I guess we help him out. Wait, where did you go? Oh, you're delivering the stuff. No manual use. Reset AI. Alright, it's hot and then cold. This guy's living out the Katy Perry song. Achievement, 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 achievement. Slick. I'm in. Let's go. We don't need to do this. We want to free the Sweetle so he has a good time. Okay. This is a barren biome. No hatches. That's going to be the next thing we need to look for. Hatch. We could grab the sleet wheat later. So there's no real problems with that. Dude, you didn't free my mans. Dude, we want to free my mans before you leave, dude. Oh, you're running the wheel? What we doing? Get out of here. Go free my mans down below, dude. What are you doing? Alright, sometimes the dupes are non-compliant. Oh, he's taking a dump. Classic dupes. Sometimes the dudes be non-compliant. Didn't wash his hands. Oh my god, he touched his mouth. Oh, that's gross. I can't believe he done this. We saved the Sweetle. I want to save the Sweetle, man. Why not? Sleeping next to the morgue in the slime lung. The very low amount of slime lung. Is it too cold for slime lung to grow? It might be inhibited by temperature. 10 degrees. It is on the low side. Pressure's there. Dying off. Wow. Okay. 100% dead per cycle. Interesting. We're going to disable auto repair on this. Sweetles could climb out, man. They'll be fine. Slickster, let's go home. There are no hatches here. We do need those hatch babies before any other critter. We haven't found any yet. That's a little bit unfortunate. I don't think we're actually going to get any. That would suck. Alright, back home. Whoa. We're good? We're good. Alright, we built this out. There's some things I don't think we could reach. We did want to do the 3 tiles there. Gonna build that out. And then did we spill the oil? We did. Let's mop it up. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Wait for the dupes to mop it up. Where do we have a lot of oil? 24, 39, 9 kgs, 17 kgs. We don't really have a lot of oil everywhere. That's fine. We'll take the 16. We want to move that to here. Oh, a wart seed. We'll take it. We still haven't gotten the bog bucket seed. We are getting seeds, but we just didn't get the mutation chance. That's unfortunate. All right, let's mop that. We'll probably want to mop up that droplet as well. A little bit of water we're going to want to clean up. Let's check the water here. This should be able to go to 15.6 at the minimum. If more, that'll be better. $11, so we need more water inside. This one looks ready. Yep, this looks really ready. We overfilled this one slightly. Okay, that's fine. If we could build this out before this pushes up, it's going to be a little bit pressurized, but it's fine. They are getting there, though. Okay, he's delivered all 3. I don't think we're going to get the build in time. He gets 1, but not 2. This one gets built out versus back. It's going to push to the left. Oh, he didn't finish it. Alright. We're going to need to mop this up. Good news is that this is fine. It's plugged in. We just got to get it on the power wire. So this is a cut, reconnect. This goes into here. That's good. Now we're getting the power. Now, of course, this one is off now because there's no salt water there. All right, we're going to want to pay attention to this. We're going to pause because we're going to try to get it as it spills. There we go. Otherwise, we're not able to mop it because it's going to say too much liquid like this. Too much liquid. But as it spills, we were able to get the mop command when it was low mass, and it doesn't get canceled. Okay. We're going to continue doing the dig right here. Getting ready for the reactor design that we're going to want to do. Then technically that's in range. So we're going to go down, climb up the building. This is all going to be ready. We're going to have to sweep off the neutronium. Pretty good. All right, moppage, almost done. Put that back. Water is free now. Put salt water back on this one just because we're going to be using it so often. Oil is good. That means it got relocated. All right, so this is going to be a weird little trick. Oil in the game. It doesn't say this anywhere. This is something you just kind of have to know. Is the heaviest liquid in the game. So if you move a little bit of oil there and then empty it, it's going to push all the water vertically up. And that is going to be a good thing. I do want to come in from the right side for a while still. And then there's no more space for liquids. All right, let's just remove this and just get this dug out. I guess we could dig this tile as well. All right, now that the oil's there, the oil is on top of the floor. So what that means is that it can't get moved by the water. So we're going to be able to remove these tiles. Technically, I should put those tiles there. right? And look at that, the oil spreads over, but the water's not getting in. And then the oil drops. Nice, nice. And then you can see that it's holding up the water. This is just liquid mechanics of the game. It do seem kind of jank sometimes, and it really do be like that. But you know what, man? We gotta take advantage of that. So we're just going to get a proper drop lock set up here. Seal this up, open this up. We'll have a vacuum here being maintained, and then we're going to try to set that up a little bit. Good news is that the polluted brine and the water here. Ooh, okay, we could mop this up. So we're going to try to seal this tile here, and then we could put a mesh here and then mop up this layer. That's going to be kind of nice. We'll do that now. Diagonal build, diagonal dig. We're going to be doing the outline of the room there. Ooh, is this ready? Oh, it's about done. Okay, so insulate tile, all the stuff that's in already. We're just going to put another one just to seal it a little bit better. How did you manage stress? Rooms. We have a banquet hall. Got some latrine, barracks, hospital. So a lot of the times, it's a combination of rooms, Welcomindo, Arcatine, and not spending all the skill points. So basically, if I go to vitals, you can see that my morale requirement on the right side, 13 is the highest. Everyone else has very low requirements for morale, and we're providing around 16 to 24. So if you spend all your skill points, it's going to increase the requirement. But if you don't spend any of it, everyone's going to be fine. The big thing for us is getting one of the major rooms. If you go to room overlay F11, one of the major room bonuses you could get is Banquet Hall, +6, or Nature Reserve. It's also +6. You can get both, but it's just easier when the dupes have to eat every day and they will automatically go into this room. So getting one of those rooms is going to be a big boost. Second thing is going to be getting them decent food. We have a lot of meal lines, but the major food of choice we're eating is probably going to be cooked seafood. Cooked seafood is also 8 morale. So those two combined is 14 morale, which means they get something called high morale, which is a minus stress. So it de-stresses them because they have high morale. Right? So that buff only happens when you're +2 over the required. So this guy, Rowan, has 19 out of 10. That means if you have 12 or more, because he has 10 required, he gets high morale bonus, which removes it if he steps in water and he gets a little bit of soggy feet. He's a little bit stressed out about that. Socks are wet, you know, it's a bad time. So basically that would either be enough to make him ignore it, or it's a wash. Yeah, another point Hunter brings up that's pretty good is you have to have the dupes go into said room to get the room bonus effect. Which is why a lot of times making the meal halls are going to be pretty good. Mess halls +3, great halls +4, banquets +6. It's because they're going to want to eat here anyways if you give them a table. So that's just automatically really nice. On the aquatic map, I like to make entrances from below into the giant pools. Try to use Musin. Acts weird though. Kind of hard but doable. Yeah, it's a lot better if you have oil. Funny thing is, if you have bionic dupes, you get gunk. That's pretty much just as good. And you could do the same thing that we're doing here with gunk. So it's like starting with bionic dupes would actually be pretty legit. Kind of crazy. I do a natural reserve ASAP. It's too good. Yeah. It's a lot of times if you do the doo-doo and you do the nature reserve with the natural plants, what you're going to want to do is actually use showers. So in this game, you have something called a shower, right? And on the schedule, we have something called bath time. I don't have bath time because we don't have showers in my colony yet. But if you're running showers, you could run bath time and then they go shower every day. The thing with that that's good is that showers aren't tied to any room, so there's no conflicting room setups, right? There's no shower room or anything like that. So you could put the shower inside your nature reserve so that they have to go there every day. They shower in the downtime is possible, but how it works is that the shower buff that you get lasts for a full cycle. So if you have a shower block, let's say in front of the sleep instead of behinding it, they're gonna have the buff, so they're not gonna shower in the downtime. If you just built it for the first time and it's downtime and they have their bladder taken care of and they've eaten and you don't have a rec room, they will shower, yeah. But because of how the bath time works in front of the sleep instead of before, and the buff lasts a full cycle, they're gonna shower, and then since they're gonna have the buff, they're gonna ignore showering later on. Put it close to the dormitory mess hall. Usually makes my mess hall dormitory access go through nature reserve. That's also a thing too. Just put your beds on the other side of the room and make them have to go through in order to go to the bed. That's actually why some people put a nature reserve in their ladder well right here. If it's like these are going to be doors on the side anyways, and then if you get natural tiles to line up right there, park sign, you get a nature reserve. There's a lot of ways to do it though. A lot of ways to do it. Pips, yeah, would be really good. The only thing that sucks is that if you do have a natural tile here and you don't think about it, you run a wire through that, not thinking about it, and then you go, wait, where'd my nature reserve go? And then you realize that you dug out the tile there to put the wire in. And you're like, oh no, bro, not like this. And it's like, I lose 6 morale, dude. Ugh. Really good to know. I got you, man. Exactly. I make some stairs part of my natural reserves. Direct them to the mess hall, dormitory, what I have been going across all of it. Yeah, that requires a lot of planning. A little bit of luck, too. And then, of course, a lot of, like, working around. Like, oh, I can't dig this area. It's gonna bot my nature reserve, and then I gotta go around a little bit. So if you need morale, it's a really good option. Plan ahead, man. And you gotta have the mental fortitude to be able to foresee the circumstances. All right, we're gonna want this. We're gonna prioritize this. We're gonna pump that. We are not gonna run that. We're gonna run this. Max this. We're gonna... Oh, I don't have oil here. Where do be my oils? And spill this. And then I need a little bit of oil. We'll take the 19. Also, you have to look at too many skill points. Still scrub the dupes. There is one thing about that. I don't think they fixed it, right? If your dupe spawns with a skill, like he spawns with Masterworks, if you scrub it, you lose that, I believe. So you got to watch out. While you can skill scrub the dupes, there is some fine print you got to read. You lose the free allocated skill. Now, I think you get a skill point from that refunded to you. Like if you lose your Masterworks and you don't have the other two. The problem is that you just don't get it back, right? You have to actually fill it back up again. Yeah, you do have to lead up to it. This is the thing that sucks. So it's one of those things where it's like, that kind of, that's kind of a bad time. Thank you, Alex, for confirming. Alright, we're gonna try to set that up. We're gonna build out that last part. We're going to finally seal this. I do want to remove this part now. We just climb in and do that. Looking pretty good. How are we? Oh. The uranium, dude. We're so close to get the rad research for this. So close, bros. We're going to be getting the clams planned out today, hopefully. Thermal fissures, though, feels like it's going to be ready. Oh, no. You know what? Pumping out to reduce, because this is a choke point, is not too bad. Like, we are pumping out the room, but it's like already in 2-digit grams, so it's not that bad. But come on, man. Build this. Let's go. Thank you, Bubbles. Now we gotta empty this. D-Mayor. Save us. And then we'll event... Oh, ha. These guys are here now, huh? Wrangle relocate here. Wrangle relocate here. I'm not sure. So if you guys don't know, squids are kind of like Pokeshells. If there's an egg nearby, they become aggressive and start attacking. I'm not sure if she would get hit. All right, we spilled out the oil, so now there is a, you know, something stopping the chlorine from flowing in. Be able to get a proper vacuum here now. I probably do want to sweep everything inside. Cancel, sweep, relocate. Alright, should be fine. There we go. Alright, once the chlorine is pumped out, we could turn this on and start getting natty gas here. Do we have the other one? That one's at priority 5, so it's not really that big of a deal. Let's go. We got the line in. Gonna get the natty gas. Ooh, one of the squids. Just in case, you know? The squids beat up Minnow. I don't want that to happen. Alright, so this is gonna be above. Keep it simple. This is steel. Not worried about it then. Alright, more natty gas. We're gonna get sulfur, so it's not that big of a deal. We have our pin pokies chilling inside. We have a lot of seeds now, so we just continue growing this. This has been generating a lot of heat, but we have a lot of wood still, so we're going to want to just continue making refined carbon. Steel, I'll take that. And then, did we ever finish setting this up? This is spitting out again. We might have to pressurize this area. We might just have to make this wider. Because it didn't feel like we were getting that much water inside. That's not good. 11.9. We would be able to get another 2 tons. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit on the tough side. I might just want to widen this. I kind of don't at the same time. It was up to around 600. I guess we are near the side, so we're just going to make it taller. And then I never change this out. This is in salt water still. That's so bad. Alright, cool. Working on that. 6 more points, please. I just want to be able to make the clams today. Auto bottle 7 water. All right. There are these items that we're going to move out. We're going to have to wait till we have enough water here so my dupes could swim in and out. And then we'll do it all at once. Alright, both of these to here. Copy paste. I'm going to be waiting until we get the water high tide. Okay, so we have this setup. Let's try to do the vacuum drop block again. Do the massage clinic, reduce the stress. That does work. It does. It's just, man, I hate the massage table. They should balance it, man, so that it doesn't cost 240 watts. That's too much, man. If it was lower power cost, it'd be a lot better. Like, that's the only thing you really have to change. Because it sucks that if you need to run this, you effectively need a dupe on the wheel. So you have 2 dupes taking care of 1 dupe. It's like, ah, man, that's tough. I will say that I would prefer just forcing the dupe to sleep longer. One of the things you can do in this game is that if you're sleeping, you have a 30% stress reduction, and that sleep buff that you get, they sleep as long as you have a sleep block. So you could technically do a, you know, extra long sleep block, they eat in the middle of it, kind of like that, and then that immediately de-stresses them while they're sleeping. They wouldn't be doing anything that stresses them out as well, still get to eat. Of course, that is all free. You don't need to have anything like special for that, no power costs. Just takes time. And then you could upgrade that too by putting a carpet tile. If you have the reed fiber to spare, of course. This is going to be the only thing about that. On the base of the bed. All right, that's exactly what I wanted. We could remove that now, which allows us to remove this, and then we get to mop this up. And then we'll be able to start mopping up the water in there. This is going to be a little bit of a gas room, but we'll be able to move everything out. Swim, mop, and then we'll build out this wall there. And then that's going to be hooked up to here. So that probably means I have Mafic. We want to do that so we could connect this to that, and that's likely to be like this, which means we will need some ladders here. This is not always going to be filled with water. Maybe it could. Just so that we could build out the pipeline. And then that also means we'll probably pull the power out this way. That also means we had to get the marine drill. Make that out of steel. Yeah, of course, power is only viable to rely on power source. One of those things, man. That would have been so much better if that wasn't the case. If the amount of power required for that was lower, would have been so good. Oh, it's alive, boys. Let's go. So this means we have natty gas. It's starting to fill up. We have no power. All right, we're gonna do something weird. I'm gonna cut all the power lines to purposely drain power. Nothing is using power right now, though, dude. Feels bad. All right, we're gonna be making metal. Let's do 99. Let's do the lead. Everything is lukewarm here. I want to use up the last of this ethanol. It's right there. We have nothing inside the storage. I want to just get rid of this ethanol setup. Now that we're having the other thermal fissures active, and we have natty gas to spare. I guess it also is because we're not running the tepidizers anymore. Entombment. Oh, dig this out, man. Thank you. They be bopping us. Power's going down. Let's get the airflow back. This is priority 9. Yeah, but nothing else available. Yeah, it's not bad. 5 tons. 4. That's this line. So then we got another line to fill still. And then this is only... that should be enough water, but I guess you don't inhale all of it. We're just gonna have to add some more. Oh, little bit right there. So we'll just do that. Moth. Fill this out. Dig that out. Steel pump. Lead power line. We got the plastic. Natty gas is being moved out. All right, so our fissures are looking good now. Good stuff, good stuff. We don't really want to wreck the bee biome. We do want to use up a lot of liquids here. That's going to be the hard thing. It's going to take us a long time to do that. Okay, so... what we could probably do, and I wouldn't want to do this, is flood George's house. I don't want to do that yet, though. I'm not looking to flood George's house right now, man. It's a bad time. We also need to get nori. That's another thing we kind of need to do. We have calamari. Yeah, we could easily make some seafood. All right, so we are going to go through here. How do I want to get into this pea water? I guess we could open it. Yeah, that can kind of work. The water level goes down to here. We could also start growing our own nori. That's the one thing we haven't done yet. Nori grows in any water type. We do have nori here, but the turtle was eating it. And I don't want to fertilize it. Now, do low-key do the suck. So we would want to grow nori somewhere. What temperature requirement does it have? 22. This is reed fiber. What in the world? Oh, wow. We could really do a jank setup like that. Wow. Wow. I kind of want to try it, man. We already have the lip here. Yeah. It can indeed work. So let's move. Do I want to do that, though? That's a great question. We could grow nori right here. We could have the sand fall down. Have a pit plant on the sand. Put walls here. And then have the nori just grow in this pocket. We realistically only need one nori, fully grown, 10 tiles, in order to provide enough nori for the colony indefinitely. Right? So it's one of those things where it's like, we don't need that much. It's kind of like having one reed fiber plant. It's good enough. We could also just go into this biome and start grabbing it. That's probably the easy way to do it, man. I'm just gonna do the easy way. They don't think it'd be easy like it is, but it do. Yeah, okay. Take the easy way out, boys. Boop, boop. A lot of dead nori here. They're not gonna replant. Kind of want to get into this area. We could drain the water out to the bottom, but that's not really a good thing. Guess there's a lot of nori over there, which would be easily grabbable. Instead of going up top. Yeah, it's not bad. So we go through here. Jump across. Go through here. Jump across. Oh, we still can't climb down. Boop, boop, boop. We want to jump across here up top. Get into this area. So it's going to be that. Swim down, grab the nori. Good, good. At the same time, we're going to probably want to climb down here. And get to the nori there. Requires swimming. Let's go digging to 7. And then we have suits go... Oh no, bro! We don't have the power running. Because I wanted to burn off the petroleum. Oh no. Plug it all in. I got the power. Give me my suits. Let's go. I almost forgot to plug it back in. Alright, we're good, we're good. We're not going to do that weird sand strat. We're just going to grab the live nori that we have. Because we can store that indefinitely, and we don't have to worry about it rotting. Since we do have that checked, we're going to do some nigiri. We have a lot of lice loaf. Once we do have more fresh fish, we're going to do more sushi. Though I'm looking at my calories, we have a lot of meal lice that we're not eating because we're not cooking it into anything else. And we're running low on seafood. I am going to bop the fillet of fish seafood. So we're only doing shellfish. And then we're going to do a coaling of the fish again. And then we'll get some raw fish for sushi. Sushi time, boys. Sushi's back on the menu. Oh yeah, we got to build the ladders. Otherwise, this is not going to work. All right, so we do have the setup now. It does make a lot more sense. But I guess I should do it on that side. Basically, do I want my sea queens on this side or on that side? It makes more sense on this side. Though we might have to worry about the water, which I hope it's not a problem. Either way, let's look at the stations. I need some milk. This is large. We're gonna need drywall for that. Okay, so 3 by 3, 2 by 3, 5 by 3. And then we need to give them a feeding station. Sea Queen is a fish. I kind of want to give them a condo. Be a little greedy. Dude, it makes me think I should just make a separate room for the clams. Like, this is going to be so large. Okay. So, ladder. We're going to do this. We are going to actually give them a nice fake aquarium style painted walls, not the real ocean type of setup. Feels bad. So we're gonna give them fake reeds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So this is feeder, milker, condo. And then we're gonna have to have doors here. And then we do wide box. 1, 2, 3. Bop the condo. Let's not do the condo. And we just do the normal setup. Alright, so they don't get a little house. Wait. How much clams? What's the ratio there? Let me look at that. Sea Queen. They eat 3 kgs, 3.125 kgs. And we get... Oh, every 2 clams is... Every clam is 2 sea queens. Okay. So this means we have 6, which is already a lot. Alright, we're going to be a little bit extravagant. We'll give them the extra stuff. We replace the coquina with coquina. So 5 milk breed, condo 8, door, and then other setup. So like that. We might do it like this though, just because I don't know how the critter feeder is going to interact with this. We'll set it up like that. We're going to get 3 on the side. And then this is going to mean probably just like that. Bunch of mesh. Given how this works, I'm probably going to want a door to enter in. It's probably going to be on this side. And then 3, 2, 5. I guess we'll just change that later. We'll just do a full box. We'll get our bottle emptiers in. And then this is going to be sand. So this doesn't require any piped in fertilization. Let me close this. Clear new. No shine bug eggs. No pokeshell roll. I guess we don't really need to care about gaskets as much. Man, we are bopping the fish. Alright, we gotta chill out with that. Oh, huh. We could be making swampy delights. And we still don't have the bog bucket seed. God damn. Never lucky. There we go. Nori's back. We're able to make the sushi. Let's go. Let there be sushi, boys. Let's do some more lice loaf. Gonna be making that. It's gonna be good. Building broken. Oh, the hot tub. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Can't go back in time no more, boys. Okay, so we're gonna try to build this out. If anything, we want to build the floors. We can start adding in the water. Clams grow in fresh water. Asking for a friend. They do. Good, good. Pin pockets don't, dude. These guys, they don't grow in fresh water. It's so stupid. And then we're just waiting for some carbon deliveries. Moppage. I guess we could just put in the clams now. So there is a thing where we could put a crab on the side and they could just crab hammer the clams, which is not a bad thing. Oh. I don't know if that's gonna work. We'll leave that alone then. Okay, now that this is in, let's get some water. It's always water. Okay, let's finish the back walls. Drywall time. So we got the cool kelp stuff. Let's do some stalks. Let's put a canopy. And then we'll do some more stalks. And then more canopy. We have a turtle here. We have a turtle here. Fake Paku. Fake Paku. Shine bright like a beacon. And then we got the big bloater hanging around. Then we will have aqua jellies. Some bubbles by the bloaters. Nice. All right, so we need the back wall. We're not doing this for the memes. A lot of the aquatic buildings require a back wall to kind of latch onto so it doesn't move in the water. So we're just going to be doing that. There is going to be a condo I want to give them. The good old submarine. Oh, we could rotate this. Let's go. Then we're going to want the milking station. And the grooming station. Let's have that near the top. We're adding in water. Background's in. Milking station. Alright, this is gonna have to go... We'll use sandstone. Where do we want to put this? This has to go to a building to refine. The gleaner. How big is that? Either way, it does make sense that we would have a building to kind of hold on to that. Gleaner. It's a refinement building. Okay, it's pretty large. We're gonna move this over. Just put it right there. It's adding in water. It's adding in water. This has still not moved out the zinc. It's taking some time. And then Autobot enable, copy paste. This is still slowly getting built, which is fine. We'll give them some time for that. They're probably spending all day grabbing the nori from this area. A lot of fresh nori, which probably means a lot of sushi. We got Iron Chef Bonnie, daughter of Morimoto, showing us how sushi is done. Look at that, knife skills. You know, they didn't self-teach themselves that, man. You gotta go culinary school for some of those skills. Look at that, man. She hops over the table like she's playing, like, that video game with the spaghetti. It'd be like that sometimes. Alright, look at that. Fresh sushi. Good stuff. Calories going up the yin-yang. All the meal lice. We have a lot of mucin. Let's just do 99 while we can. Not submerge, reverse flood. You want to do that. And then at some point, we're going to have to put a critter feeder. Fish feeder. I feel like they count as fish, right? If anything, we might have to put it here. Now I'll have to move over the doors, but for now, we'll leave it like this. Okay, so it looks like we'll have the sweeper on the ground right here in order to pick everything up. Works out, though. Everything's within range. And then we're going to want to move out the eggs. Mamba. What's wrong, baby? My kitty cat's here. He's saying hello. Do y'all know me? My name is Mamba. Hi, babies. My kitty cat's being needy. It's because I spoil him, though. Anytime he needs something, I'm there. And right now, he's like, it's time to pay the head rub tax. All right. Little babies, we're gonna give him a head rub. Alright, the kitty's free. Got his rubs. No more demands. Alright, so we're just waiting now. Waiting for the dupe to fill it up with water. Finish up the other thermal fissures. We'll grab the seed. All the rubs for Mamba. Alright, we're also using the natty gas now. Which means I should probably try to smelt stuff. Because our natty gas is starting to pile up. I mean, that's a good thing, right? And then we actually have a couple of turbines here that are not actually tackled on either. That we really should. Be like that sometimes. We'll clean that up eventually. I'm just being a little particular with how I want my base. So if you guys are following along the guided playthrough, we are trying to get some clams right now. We are slowly waiting for some mutated seeds over here. We'll eventually transition to the other ones. We're getting the clams. We're slowly researching up to the reactor. That's going to be the next big project, but we're not doing it yet. We're still using the hand crank manual gen that we're using for research. One of the things we'll eventually want to do is break into the beehive. We should honestly probably try to set that up right now. Realistically, and the logic is pretty simple. We're gonna want access to getting the uranium that they're refining for us. We'll say they're doing it for us. Bad news is that they're going to entomb themselves eventually. Maybe not. We might need to help them out with digging out a little bit of the snow though. Alright, so one of the things that we should do is start digging down this way. We're gonna go around the water. Go down and then make our liquid lock down here. That should be fine. Waiting for the water to add in. We're gonna do the door setup right here. Copy paste. And we're gonna be putting the gleaner right here. This is going to give us mucin. So this is a hallway. Not really too mad about that, as they're going to want the mucin up top. So we're going to put a bottle filler right here. They're going to be getting the liquid from over here. This becomes the other liquid we're going to want. Not bad. Just gotta slowly wait for the waters. We are pitcher pumping from here, so there is a lot of access. Okay, this is pretty good. We're gonna lower this to 5 and then uncheck this. That is filled up. Looking at the salt water, this is decent. That's decent. This is decent. And we have kept this running. We can turn this off for now. How much oxygen are we at? 98 kgs. Pretty healthy. We have spilled this a lot, but we've never really actually cleaned this area up. Much like that area with the freaking water. I kind of want to combine these two oceans. I do, man. I do. And I want to release this so we could clean out this area. Oh yeah, that's right. We were working on the area over here. Alright, we're going to be getting some bleach stone that we currently have here. So they're going to effectively carry all the bleach stone down. Either way, that's gonna kind of suck for us, because that means we're just gonna get chlorine bubbles in the base. That doesn't really hurt us more so than it is kind of annoying, because we don't have any chlorine inside right now. It's really just at the bottom of the map. I mean, we have to dig through that though in order for that to really be done well. We want to move the items over. Come down, go that way. We got poke shells right there. And we climb up here. Go out that way. We need all this space for the reactor. You know how much vertical space we have? Maybe we don't need all the space. We have a lot of verticality. And we could stop it right here. And then if anything, we want to go inside. Oh, you know what we could do? Uncheck the bleach stone. And we're not moving the bleach stone. So we could literally just let it off gas. Yeah. Huh. Knowledge. Kind of just leave it on the ground, let it off gas. Not like it's going to be a problem. Dude. Alright, man. How did you fall in so perfectly, Ocean Man? God damn. He really takes you by the hand, man. What a guy. Alright, having this being kind of flat's kind of nice. Having some back wall there too is also kind of nice. The one thing though is that we don't have demolition skill, so we actually can't bop that yet. Yep. Off gas has began. No real problem though, we'll just let it do its thing. This is a deconstruct. We will have to not go below the floor so that we could deconstruct the light fixtures. Slowly let that off gas. Oh, now we can't climb up. Oof. And then now we could reach that. Feel like that sometimes. Okay, so... Oh yeah, we don't have the tech. I guess we could start building everything that we would want to have happen. Right? We have a lot of vertical space, so it's not that big of a deal. I guess it is. It means we just have to build a lot more drywall later on. And then attaching the power might be a little bit of a pain. Though now that we have the large wire, it just means that we just got to run a couple large wires coming in. Would be a lot of power we would have on that though. Alright, petroleum gen is good. This means we could mop this up. Bop the piping there. Finally finish doing this. Put more batteries here. I want to line up the batteries with the ones up top. Alright, let's get rid of those two. Alright, this got dug. Okay. So realistically, we're gonna do 2, 4. They got everything to the edge. And then once we get to there, we're just gonna ladder down. Because at that point, it's gonna be soft. And we want to go down to here. So... let's argue it's gonna be like this. Obsidian, yeah, why not? This is 60 degrees. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. We'll have to do it like that. Ocean Man working hard. If we can do this, we should do it first so the liquids don't spill in. And then build a tile there as well. We're gonna probably dig and then go down this way. And then maybe even try to dig out some of the hot tiles. Maybe, yeah, maybe digging the hot tiles make a lot more sense. That way we don't have to worry about the bees getting warmed up by anything. Okay, go into that. jaw bows. We probably don't want those. Okay. No pea water. The water of the peas. Let that spill down. Use that pea water, I guess. That got used up. We did want to transition this pea water out too. Did not do that though. We otherwise don't really have pea water, huh? That's kind of crazy. The mud spinning has been done. Clean water there. We have pitcher pump right here though. We'll eventually get to the pea water down there. It's kind of weird. We should be fine. Ooh, nice. We'll eventually be able to build out the other ones. We will likely want to be like this. Dig out this stuff, get the lock, move everything out, and then come out here. Get the ladder down, get into the beehive, get sweeter than honey. Okay, and then we'll want to do that. Should be able to dig all this out. Little bit of moppage. Still adding in water. Oh, this requires power. How much is this? 480. I don't think we're ever going to have everything run at the same time. So we're just going to overload this wire a little bit. Not only that, some of this is on suits, so it's not that big of a deal. Like, we're not running soldering station. We got Flydos, I guess. We could actually start utilizing. Alright, let them work, let them dig. Gonna want to do that. Do that. Hopefully not spill anything down. And then we want to dig this, start building, setting that up. How cold is it on the inside? 35 negative. So oil is fine, right? Minus 40, barely. Yeah, it's not too bad. It should be fine. The tiles are going to be kind of warm, I guess. Fleeing. Who is beating you up, Oceanan? Something scary is here. If it's not you, it's you. Okay. Damn, dude, we got the lag across the map. We'll move this guy over to here. Dude, this guy got the worldwide aimbot. There we go. You're cool, dude. Calm down, my mans. It's all good in the hood. Yo, man. They really do be like that sometimes. I see you, Charlie Kelly. Is that going to be a channel meme now? Major English and his chicken breasts. Every time he comes in, man, we gotta ask him how the chicken breast tastes. That's the only way to do it. Oh my god, we have no lice loaf. Damn, that's the new bottleneck, lice loaf. That's crazy. We'll take it though. We'll be making some caviar soon. Have the fancy food for the dupes to eat. Wait for that slowly. Moving in the water. Alright, so there is an easier way. We'll do this right now. To move out the waters. Priority none. I don't know if I want to refilter that. I just want to keep this growing for a while. But I also want to use the polluter water, right? So this is good. Here. It's also going to mean these are going to be good too. We might want to adjust the transformer here, but for now it's going to be fine. Mop, set that up. Nice. All right. So this water is going to be relocated to here. Actually, no. This water relocate to the middle. Same thing with the other one. Right next to it. So when we unload the 10 tons, we get 10 tiles of water, which is only that much. That's kind of crazy. We get almost no water from that, man. Goddamn. This is pumped out. A little bit of pea water here. I guess the water in here, we could try to move out. That's kind of wild, though. And then there's the water by George's house. I don't know if that's safe to drink. Oh, there's water right here. Someone move the stuff? Nope. Not enough. One of these days is going to work out. We got to get Charlie Kelly their own origin story. I got to think of a good one, man. Charlie Kelly. Oh, dude. That name is kind of close to R. Kelly. That already sounds like it's going to be a bad time. I ate too much milk steak and sat on the toilet too long. Oh, you lactose? That sounds like me, man. I'm lactose intolerant, but I love, like, dairy. So it's always one of those times where it's like, why am I doing this to myself? It's an Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference. Dude. I don't remember the last time I've seen someone reference It's Always Sunny. We're going to call you Wildcard then. I mean, you share the name. Wildcard Charlie, right? Wildcard. Why is it called Wildcard? One time we was in Vegas. And he was playing blackjack. And he lost, but he was like, no man, deuce is wild. And then he had to get escorted out of the casino. They don't think it be like it is, man. But it do. Sometimes deuce is not wild. And till that day, since that day's happened, it's known as Wild Card Charlie. Let's go. Of course, that's not the Sunny reference, but it is at the same time. Because I'm not trying to get shot in the leg, and then you say wild card. I'm like, nah. I don't know about that, man. I'm not trying to get shot. We'll slowly make our way down. Get close to the beehive, add it in the waters. This is low priority. Yeah, I guess it is. We can bump it up. We have the suits for that. We could also start pumping a little bit more CO2 here. There's not much we could really do on the rocketry stuff. Feels bad, man. We're really just behind on the technology for the Radbolt rocket. which we'll be advancing towards right now. I probably should have just went straight for Rad Bull like the plan was. We're going to be slowly adding in the water for the clams. We'll be growing those. Power is very stable now, though. We removed the petroleum and the ethanol generator. And then otherwise, we're no longer consuming that much power now that we hooked up the majority of the map's tidal turbines. Still a couple on the side right here that we could change. Wow. I guess we take the shine bugs. I guess there's an achievement for that. We'll make a makeshift ranch just to tame critters. For the critter taming achievement. We're not really going to worry too much about this. We're just going to have a nice little critter tamer. No one's going to get fed. I say that, but, you know, I'm a softie, so I'm going to give him a feeder. Alright, that should work out. Waiting on the ladder. They're grabbing water from this side. The water is actually not that hot. Got some pea water over there. Don't need to be running on that. I think, man, when I was in college, that was when It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was coming out. That was one of the shows that we would rotate. Like, we would watch How I Met Your Mother, It's Always Sunny, and then there was also Community, and then what else was there? Basically the situational comedy shows. Another boss down. Which one was it? Which one? You did the dragon. Wow. I've never killed that boss, actually. I have actually never fought that boss. Props to you, dude. Good stuff, good stuff. I think when I played at the very start of EI, we only had what? Like, Plains was the newest biome. We didn't have anything beyond that yet. Usually it sucks because it's flying around and lands far away. This time it stayed on the ground. Maybe they fixed the AI. Because, you know, that's a thing that people would complain about. Like, dude, this is stupid. He's just got the high ground and he thinks he's a Skywalker. And then the fight sucks. Classic stuff. I'm gonna be real, man. I don't know how the slugs are still alive. We haven't fed them in 30 years. I guess slugs really are, like, have the ability to survive. I don't know how it does it, man. But these slugs, they're surviving somehow. Dude, it's taking a while. This will take a minute to fill up, I guess. Oh, I kind of need that, huh? I guess we could do that. Go underneath. Grab all that pea water. I don't want to bop this biome, but we might have to. Then I do want to move the fish tank. I really do. I also want to move this, but I know I can't. We need to research, so it's like, why move it? Well, we need to do this to get the upgrade anyways. Eventually, though, once we do get that, it's going to make everything so much easier. We'll be able to get rad bolts on demand, start shooting down. That being said, though, maybe we want to start building the reactor design? Found it really quick, locked out, man. Finding bosses is a pain for some reason. That can't happen, yeah. I'm not sure what goes into the RNG for that. Like, I remember the second boss, the bone boss, you have to find like a specific island. Because it's like, apparently you can find multiple islands of the same biome or something. Or maybe that's changed. But yeah, man, Valheim is very much old school kind of like gameplay logic. They make you work for it, man. They really do. Alright, y'all need to move the eggs out. We're gonna actually tame this pit for the achievement. We do have to start doing that. Room size 64. Other shrines that point to where the bosses are. Ah. I don't remember if I played with that. Yeah, man. The boat stuff was not fun. I did not enjoy the finding the fake island Kraken octopus that you have to mine. That was a bad time. And then you got to get those resources in order to do something with that. I forgot what you have to do with that, to be honest. All right, break it into the bees. I guess we should start designing the reactor. We're probably going to want to have like a slight edge on the side. Don't want to use neutronium so that we could run stuff. Obsidian's probably not necessary. We have a lot of coquina. I just don't want to use it. We have a lot of basalt, actually. Basalt. Low melting point at 1256. But it's pretty impenetrable. So you know what? We could probably use that. Alright, basalt it is. Okay, so we're just going to do a 3-3-3-3 setup. Do 12 turbines, 1 reactor. Very straightforward setup. Probably not too worried about a lot of that stuff. And since we don't have meteors, I don't think it's a big deal, right? Now, I do want to let this off gas. So we can work on theoreticals first. Man, we do have a lot of vertical space. The next one, Plains Boss. Already found it. Nice. I have never seen the Plains. Well, no, I have. I have never fought the Plains Boss. I remember seeing the mosquitoes getting wrecked, and I'm like, you know what, man, we good. I remember that, man. That was a bad time. Like, oh, I'm not ready for this. Mm-mm. Is this properly spaced? It is. So next one is here. Wow. All right. Yeah, man, they not messing around with that stuff. All right, this is probably going to be the floor. Oh, there's a chest piece from the swamp. Oh. Oh, I was driving on this road for too long. Gotta find my way back home. I can't believe that was Justin Timberlake that sang that song. The homie's dead and gone. Dead and gone. I could have sworn it was a lady singing that. Turns out it was just Justin Timberlake. God damn it, dude. News edition. Think you played before that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was a long time ago. They do be like that sometimes. Oh, we're gonna have to remove the gas from the room again. That's fine. A little bit polluted oxygen. We can move that. All right. So we could dig all this out now. Good stuff. Let some of the liquids, materials move. Water level drops by a little bit. Still need to continuously be pumping. Second set, at some point they're going to be out of water, and we're just going to use the bottom ones. Damn it, dude. We gave that the materials it needed, and we still didn't get the bog seed. Unfortunate. Alright, Swampy Delights. I guess we could make that, I guess. There's no other food you would use that for, I don't think. Oh, look at that. AQs are running. Let's go. Warm food's coming in, I guess. A lot of battery bank storage. Natty gas looking healthy. Metal refinery being used, kind of. We need to run that a little bit more. Still not moved out the zinc from here, dude. Heckin' zinc. Oxygen, 26. Oh, this is getting to a point where we're potentially popped eardrums. So I guess pumping some gas from there, it's probably good. A lot of the breathability up top is really nice as well. We'll just pull this out, all basalt. We don't actually know if we're going to need that. We're just going to get started with the space reactor. Upside with building a reactor in space is that you don't have to vacuum. It's always nice, man. We don't have to vacuum. Mom's not going to come in, clean your room. It's going to be fine. Ooh, okay. Do that. The corners are not going to really be able to be dug out. We'll just do it like that. Dude, this back wall looks cool, dude. With the oxygen. This would be the room of choice for the dupes. The little dots, the purple blobs, the line. It kind of makes me feel like I'm looking at space. And then you see the giant pillar of basalt in the background. You're like, okay, we're not in space. Be like that sometimes. Pip tamed? Pip tamed. 1 year to be exact. Let's go. Critter Whisperer, Pip Pokeshell, Gassy Move, and then the Puff. Oh, I gotta tame the Paku. Is he still alive? Yeah, he's still having kids. All right, we're gonna have to do a little small fish ranch for that guy. This, oh, it's a prince. Does that count if we tame a prince? I guess we'll find out. All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Pip. You gotta go. I'm sorry, Mr. Pip. Ooh, not like this. We keep the achievement? We did. Okay, cool. Okay, is Sweetle on that list? No. Shinebug, we wait for it to hatch. We gotta get hatched. We gotta get a Dreco. Oh, there's no Dreco on the map. No. No Dreco. That's... Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. This doesn't have one. And this is not gonna have one either. There's just no Dreco biome in this area. Ah, there's so many critters we gotta look for. How does that... We only have like 2 planets in Inner Circle. And then we're really just looking for, yeah, the critters that's in the sandstone biome. That's crazy. The starter biome on Terraria is what we're missing. Oh, you're sucking in the oxygen? Come on, man. Well, we're working on it, though. Working hard. Oil. 1,500. Yeah, let's get this. Let's get the oil in. It's gonna be kind of warm over here, but the liquid lock's ready. We will want to dig that. Don't want too much hot CO2 though. Oh, that's gonna make them go to sleep. That's, I guess, not bad. I saw a dude come in with the oil. What happened? Feel like that sometimes. All right, people of chat, we are on cycle 367, 67, and for the most part, we are doing good. There was a little bit of issue with the oxygen. We got that situated with the extra flu coral. We are going to be getting some clams up for the sea queens for the minnow recruitment, though we might want to actually do job suitability before we get up to 20 pop. Once we get a 20 pop, building a lot of stuff will be easier, so we might actually start off next stream now that we have oxygen to provide inside suits. And what the play might be is make everyone go outside here. And it might seem weird, but we could do a second floor. Do a second suit line. Put a roof on this, and then we get all the dupes, 14 dupes, in the suit. I need to cut this line so oxygen actually moves up. And then we could have all of the colony. We need to stop cooking up here every day for 10 days to build out the reactor. Oh, do you have anyone that's unbuilding? No, everyone could build. That's good. So by doing that, they would be able to get the points for job suitability. And then once we get that done, we could start getting all the dupes joining in. So I think that's going to be a good plan. We're getting prepped up over here for the Sweeter Than Honey achievement. I believe that's what it's called. Where we scoop out the uranium. I might actually come in with a canister of CO2 right here, 200 kgs, and do it the proper way that they want you to do it. Because basically how it works is that the CO2 makes the bees pass out, much like it does in real life. So by having a lot of CO2, they're going to be actually consuming it. So the amount of mass of CO2 goes down. And it will eventually go away and they could start harvesting again. And then what we would want to do is very likely put a bin outside. And then once we get the uranium discovered, we're going to scoop it, right? We're going to have them sweep it out and then lock the door so we don't go back inside. The big thing is going to be making sure that we have a vacuum lock here so the heat doesn't warm up the biome. If you do a proper liquid lock, that's going to release a little bit of heat. If it warms it up fast enough and the bees die, you're going to lose the bees, right? Because they die above 0. Though the biome is relatively cold, so they should keep them alive. And then it's like we have a backup beehive down there. But yeah, this is our major beehive, so we want to make sure we don't mess that one up. So I'm considering the CO2 tank idea. I'm not sure though, because the CO2 might be just a little bit too much mass, but we'll see. All right, we got a drop set up. So I will probably just get the last 300 grams. We'll do it on that tile. But guys, it is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. So next time, it looks like tomorrow, we're going to be trying to set up job suitability over here, hopefully. And then I probably do this now. Have the separate pumps. Get all that done. Move out the small power line here. And then we probably do want to replace a couple of the wires here. For the most part, though, it is working out pretty well. No problems. Just time needed in order to continue the run. So most of the mud's done. We are going to find more mud, though, so we're just going to leave that alone. And maybe start sieving some more water from here. I kind of want to keep that for the plant stuff. But nonetheless, people of chat, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Let's get that saving.